All right, everyone, focus up. This is the last day that I'm here before my trip out. Gonna have a great time, and yeah, we got to cover some stuff. We got to cover. Okay, I need you guys liking and subscribing on it. All right, can you do that for me? That's good. That's good. What's up? Yes, I got a new jacket. Yes, it's a vintage Pendleton, cropped blouse on, linen for the summer months. Thank you. I know. It's a wool, stripe across the center, Aztec design. I know I know it's not much. Thank you. But really, no, stop it. You're too much. What's up? I was just about to ask. I know. Askers? Well, all of you. You week-long said you wouldn't get anything before traveling? Yeah, my beautiful partner got it for me. Said I wouldn't buy anything. Did you see Trump's tweet questioning Trudeau in the Canadian election law? He's going to try to prompt a Canadian January 6th. A January 6th, one might say. Folks, we got a lot to cover. A lot to cover. Fuck your jacket, we hit 48 times glorp. That's pretty impressive. For you guys. Grading on a curve.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Slotkin. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak
Boo.
tonight. It's late, so I promise to be a lot shorter than what you just watched.
This is the official Democrat response to Trump's not State of the Union address. It's going to be great, I'm sure. I've heard. Let's go.
I won't take it personally if you've never heard of me. I'm the new senator from the great state of Michigan, where I grew up. I've been in public service my entire life because I happened to be in New York City on 9/11 when the Twin Towers came down. Before the smoke cleared, I knew I wanted to make a life in national security. I was recruited by the CIA and did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military.
Yeah, I'll give you guys the preempt on this. In this era of increasing interest in populism, the Democrats together chose a neoconservative to officially respond. It got significantly fewer views than Bernie Sanders' unofficial response did. I know. What a surprise. She was the only House Democrat in Michigan who voted for a bill to overturn D.C. criminal code modernization. She opposes abolishing the death penalty. She's a neocon. I mean, you'll see.
In between, I worked at the White House under President Bush and President Obama, 2 very different leaders who both believed that America is exceptional. You can find that same sense of patriotism here in Wyandotte, Michigan, where I'm speaking from tonight. It's a working-class town just south of Detroit. President Trump and I both won here in November. It might not seem like it, but plenty of places like this still exist across the United States. Places where people believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you should do well and your kids should do better. It reminds me of how I grew up. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat. But it was never a big deal because we had shared values that were bigger than any one party. We just went through another fraught election season. Americans made it clear that prices are too high and that the government needs to be more responsive to their needs. America wants change.
This goes without saying, but this is like literally as far from what the American people want to hear as you could possibly imagine. Like this is literally like, guys, come on. Remember back when things were good? Remember back when it was like, Bush, Obama, when things were calm? When it didn't matter, when people had political divides? Meanwhile, the median Democrat in America is like praying that their local representative goes postal. Like it's people are so mad out there, and the Democrat, they chose her. She didn't do this on her own. She was chosen for the official response.
But there's a responsible way to make change and a reckless way. And we can make that change without forgetting who we are as a country and as a democracy. So that's what I'm going to lay out tonight. Because whether you're from Wyandotte or Wichita, most Americans share three core beliefs.
Is this trying to appeal to as many people as possible or a specific demographic? This is an effort on the part of the Democrats to do two things. For one, continue the insane and provably non-feasible strategy of, for every, working class voter we lose, we'll pick up two former Republicans. And, for every, urban Democrat we lose, we pick up two, rural former Republicans or whatever, whatever that quote was from Schumer. That's one. And for two, the Democrats do not want you to move to the left. No matter what, you cannot move to the left. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances is the party to move to the left. I no longer believe there are actually two parties. No, you should. Because the Democrats were a uniparty with the old Republicans. The Republicans went ahead and made a new party with the MAGA movement. So now the Democrats are like, come on, guys. Can't we go back to the old uniparty? What happened? What happened to the old uniparty, man? It was so much fun.
That the middle class is the engine of our country, that strong national security protects us from harm, and that our democracy, no matter how messy, is unparalleled and worth fighting for. Let's start with the economy. Michigan literally invented the middle class, the revolutionary idea that you could work at an auto plant and afford the car you were building. That's the American dream. And in order to expand and protect the middle class, we have to do a few basic things. We need to bring down the price of things we spend the most money on: groceries, housing, healthcare. We need to make more things in America with good-paying union jobs and bring our supply chains back home from places like China. We need to give American businesses the certainty.
Remember how we noted that it's a green flag when politicians use the term working class, which is a real thing, and a red flag when they say middle class, which is not a real thing?
They need to invest and create the jobs of the future. And we need a tax system that's fair for people who don't happen to make $1 billion. Look, the president talked a big game on the economy, but it's always important to read the fine print. So, do his plans actually help Americans get ahead? Not even close. President Trump is trying to deliver an unprecedented giveaway to his billionaire friends.
Guys, I've got a great idea for a response to Trump. What if we said, hey, listen, okay, we need to go back to a moderate technocracy where everything stays the same as it was before. Remember that system you're so dissatisfied with that you voted for a fascist twice to bring it all down? What if we didn't? Okay? What if we didn't? You know what's going to sway you from this path? You know what's going to correct course? What if I pointed out that Trump lies? I know. You probably haven't heard that before.
He's on the hunt to find trillions of dollars to pass along to the wealthiest in America. And to do that, he's going to make you pay in every part of your life. Grocery and home prices are going up, not down.
Sorry, I want to just you can imagine like the victory lap music playing in your head or whatever. Just like, it is incredible how the Democrats chose this woman when she's on the wrong side of literally everything. Literally everything. Except for abortion rights, I suppose. So that's nice. Anyway, only House Democrat in Michigan to vote for a bill to overturn D.C. criminal code modernization, opposes abolishing the death penalty, supports the CARES Act. Well, that's great. One of two House Democrats who voted for a Republican-backed amendment that prevented Department of Defense facilities from displaying non-official flags, including the Pride flag. A self-described Zionist condemned Rashida Tlaib for controversial statements about Palestinians, including using the phrase "from the river to the sea." She expressed support for the Israeli government actions amid international allegations of genocide in Gaza, signed a letter critiquing South Africa's genocide case against Israel, calling it grossly unfounded. One of 5 Democratic House members who voted against an amendment to prohibit support to and participation in the Saudi-led coalition's military operations against the Houthis in Yemen, main sponsor for the 2020 Iran War Powers Resolution, which sought to restrict President Donald Trump's ability to commit the U.S. to war with Iran without a congressional declaration of war. Well, that's good. That part right there is good. Assault weapons ban, da-di-da. Supports the Affordable Care Act. But, of course, opposes Medicare for all. Well, low bars, I suppose. voted against an amendment supported by 93% of the Democratic caucus that would have provided $10,000 in debt relief to student loan borrowers. She's just a damn neocon. If it wasn't for the MAGA shift, she would have run as a Republican. Is it unreasonable to call her a Nazi? Well, yeah, that would be stupid. She's not one. She's a neocon. This is the person they chose.
Laid out a credible plan to deal with either of those. His tariffs on allies like Canada will raise prices on energy, lumber, and cars, and start a trade war that will hurt manufacturing and farmers. Your premiums and prescriptions will cost more because the math on his proposals doesn't work without going after your health care. Meanwhile, for those keeping score, the national debt is going up, not down. And if he's not careful, he could walk us right into a recession. And one more thing. In order to pay for his plan, he could very well come after your retirement, the Social Security, Medicare, and VA benefits you worked your whole life to earn. The president claims he won't, but Elon Musk just called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. While we're on the subject of Elon Musk, is there anyone in America who is comfortable with him and his
How is she saying all this horrible shit so unconvincingly? Because she doesn't, because again, like all the Democrats aspire to be is technocratic administrators whose job it is to find the middle line between what the lobbyists ask for and what the voters will tolerate. They have no energy because they don't believe in anything.
Gang of 20-year-olds using their own computer servers to poke through your tax returns, your health information, and your bank accounts. No oversight, no protections against cyber attack. No guardrails on what they do with your private data. We need a more efficient government. You want to cut waste? I'll help you do it. But change doesn't need to be chaotic or make us less safe. The mindless firing of people who work to protect our nuclear weapons, keep our planes from crashing, and conduct the research that finds the cure for cancer, only to rehire them 2 days later? No CEO in America could do that without being summarily fired. Okay, so we've talked about economic security.
This sounds like a corporate trading module.
How about
it does.
National security? Let's start with the border. As someone who spent my whole career protecting our homeland, every country deserves to know who and what is coming across its border. Period. Democrats and Republicans should all be for that. But securing the border without actually fixing our broken immigration system is dealing with the symptom and not the disease. America is a nation of immigrants. We need a functional system.
Remember when during the first Trump administration, Democrats rejected the crisis at the border narrative, and only as soon as Biden became president, they were like, wait, hold on a second. Actually, I agree. We do need to massively divert funds towards repairing our broken border. It went from making fun of Donald Trump for wanting to build a wall to making fun of Donald Trump for not building enough of the wall.
Key to the needs of our economy that allows vetted people to come and work here legally. So I look forward to the president's plan on that. Because here's the thing. Today's world is deeply interconnected. Migration, cyber threats, AI, environmental destruction, terrorism. One nation cannot face these issues alone. We need friends in all corners, and our safety depends on it. President Trump loves to say peace through strength. That's actually a line he stole from Ronald Reagan. But let me tell you, after the spectacle that just took place in the Oval Office last week, Reagan must be rolling in his grave. We all want an end to the war in Ukraine. But Reagan understood that true strength required America to combine our military and economic might.
This is the Democratic Party that I voted for. Thank you. Oh, yeah, this is what we need to hear. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jesus Christ.
With moral clarity. And that scene in the Oval Office wasn't just a bad episode of reality TV. It summed up Trump's whole approach to the world. He believes in cozying up to dictators like Vladimir Putin and kicking our friends like the Canadians in the teeth. He sees American leadership as merely a series of real estate transactions. As a Cold War kid, I'm thankful it was Reagan and not Trump in office in the 1980s.
Oh
Trump
my
would have
God,
lost us the Cold War.
You don't have to make this point. No, listen, okay? You do not, in fact, have to hand it to Ronald Reagan. You just don't have to. There's no reason to. There's no point. You choose the words that you write in the script, you know? The words aren't coming at you like hot and fast, and it's like, oh fuck, do I defend Reagan or Hitler? Reagan or Hitler? For Reagan! And you're like choosing the least of the evils. You could just not defend either of them. You can choose to write a speech where you're not defending Reagan. Again, like this, it's indicative of what the Democrats, or how like misled they are, how ignorant they are. They believe There are Republicans today who are still like tearing up as they salute the flag and remembering the legacy of Ronald Reagan, who would hear stuff like this and be disgusted by Trump's behavior. Dude, Trump won the primary nearly a decade ago. Move on. It's gone. The neocons are gone. All the neocons are with the Democrats now. Like you. Or Liz Cheney, or the fucking Lincoln Project, or whatever the fuck. There's like 5 of them, and they're with you.
Donald Trump's actions suggest that in his heart, he doesn't believe we're an exceptional nation. He clearly doesn't think we should lead the world. Look, America is not perfect, but I stand with the majority of Americans who believe we are still exceptional, unparalleled. And I would rather have American leadership over Chinese or Russian leadership any day of the week.
It's literally, again, like you are trying to win people over by giving them MAGA light. I know what people want. Border security, national exceptionalism, we are the leaders of the world, etc., etc. If people are voting based on this, they're going to vote for Trump. This is the same like misguided bullshit that led Kamala Harris to not defend trans people at all after winning the nomination in the primary at the DNC, because they were like, well, actually, you know, if we just don't have a position, you know, we're just going to try to prove ourselves to be better versions of the attributes that people are voting for Trump for, you know, trying to out-Republican the Republicans. Do they think voters don't see through this? Democrats hate the voters more than you could possibly imagine. Again, it's time-tested and it's true. Democrats despise their voters. Republicans fear them. That's why Republicans don't want to show up to town halls. And when they do, they bluster and they run away. Whereas, what's a Democrat talking to their constituents? That bitch from California, the 100-year-old bitch who's dead. Why do I always forget her name? Feinstein, yeah, who was talking to those kids. Democrats despise their constituents. The attitude of the average Democratic politician to their constituents is identical to how DMV employees feel about the people in line. Okay? Like, from their perspective, they are just competent administrative bureaucrats, workers in a line, an assembly line part. And you are the inconvenience they have to deal with as a technical requirement of their job, you know? They don't really need to make you happy. They need to make their bosses happy, in this case, the lobbyists. But they do need to deal with you, and they resent you for it.
Because for generations, America has offered something better. Our security and our prosperity, yes, but our democracy, our very system of government, has been the aspiration of the world. And right now, it's at risk. It's at risk when the president decides you can pick and choose what rules you want to follow, when he ignores court orders and the Constitution itself, or when elected leaders stand by and just let it happen. But it's also at risk when the president pits Americans against each other, when he demonizes those who are different and tells certain people they shouldn't be included.
Can you imagine what kind of person would be convinced by this? The arguments aren't... She's not even making arguments. It's like she's reading out a ChatGPT summary of a bullet point list somebody wrote. Like, what are the bad things that Donald Trump has done? And then that got, like, abstracted out, like 3 layers of translation until you're not... She's not even making an argument for any of her points. She's just referring to things that have happened. Who are you trying to convince here?
Because America is not just a patch of land between 2 oceans. We are more than that. Generations have fought and died to secure the fundamental rights that define us.
The hope of the dream of
those rights and the fight for them
stars
make
in the
us
night
who we
sky
are.
of the
We're a
founding
nation
fathers.
Of strivers, risk takers, innovators, and we are never satisfied. That is America's superpower. And look, I've lived and worked in many countries. I've seen democracies flicker out. I've seen what life is like when a government is rigged. You can't open a business without paying off a corrupt official. You can't criticize the guys in charge without getting a knock at the door in the middle of the night. So as much as we need to make our government more responsive to our lives today, don't for one moment fool yourself that democracy isn't precious and worth saving. But how do we actually do that? I know a lot of you have been asking that question. First, don't tune out. It's easy to be exhausted. but America needs you now more than ever.
This speech was actually rejected by Hakeem Jeffries for being too mean. She did this in spite of him. It's crossing out lines through this. It's too combative.
If previous generations had not fought for this democracy, where would we be today? Second, hold your elected officials, including me, accountable. Watch how they're voting. Go to town halls and demand they take action. That's as American as apple pie. Third, organize. Pick just one issue you're passionate about and engage. And doom scrolling doesn't count. Join a group that cares about your issue and act. And if you can't find one, start one. Some of the most important...
If Democrats really did think that democracy was under threat here, I feel like they wouldn't be acting like this, man. Like, this has the same tone as any other opposition State of the Union address. Like, I could go back to 2006, 2007, and find basically like this exact same tone. But the past year has been crazy, so I just, like, the Democrats have no idea what to do, you know? They also don't act in the fashion she's prescribing right now. Yeah, Democrats love to demand more of their constituents than they're willing to do themselves. It's crazy.
Movements in our history have come from the bottom up. In closing, we all know that our country is going through something right now. We're not sure what the next day is going to hold, let alone the next decade. But this isn't the first time we've experienced significant and tumultuous change as a country. I'm a student of history, and we've gone through periods of political instability before. And ultimately, we've chosen to keep changing this country for the better. But every single time, we've only gotten through those moments because of two things.
Wow, she's terrible. Yeah, I'm mostly critiquing, like, the strategy of the speech, but on top of the strategy, it's also just she's completely uncharismatic and unlikable in her presentation. Like, it's multi-layered, but I haven't really talked as much about that because it's not as interesting for me to just say, like, wow, isn't she super uncharismatic? I'm a student of history. What the fuck are you talking about, lady?
Engage citizens and principled leaders. Engage citizens who do a little bit more than they're used to doing to fight for the things that they care about, and principled leaders who are ready to receive the ball and do something about it. So thank you tonight for caring about your country.
Why isn't she being specific about examples? Because I think, like, we're basically seeing the political equivalent of when, like, the difference between a leader who cares and a leader who doesn't, right? Like, you have like a corporate boardroom speech or whatever, or your manager is talking to the workers in your branch, and they're like, you can tell the difference between a person who administrates versus a person who leads. You can tell the difference between a person who cares versus a person who doesn't. And everything the Democrats do and say is dripping with this, like, I have read a corporate pamphlet on what the bare minimum looks like, and I will regurgitate it in bullet point form. You know? You won't get any passion. No emotion is on the table here, okay? This is going to be completely void of any emotional investment. We are literally just talking about, like, reading the script. And the script is going to be as tone deaf as possible.
Just by watching, you qualify as engaged citizens. And I promise that I and my fellow Democrats will do everything in our power to be the principled leaders that you deserve.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for watching.
That's great. Shut up. She's a breath of fresh air. Yeah, what? I'm not looking at the YouTube comments. I'm not looking at the YouTube comments. I don't want to. I don't want to. Lib comments. Yeah, I saw this tweet, which is what I was fishing for. Y'all praising this performative stupidity as the reason they're comfortable with refusing to do anything that actually matters. Yeah, it does fill me with, like, a deep despair whenever... I think this is an older photo, right? This isn't from the... No, this is a new one. I didn't see Rashida Tlaib holding this up during the thing. Maybe it was just during, like, a specific... Okay, yeah. Didn't remember her holding it up. It's like... It fills me with a really deep despair when I see people praising Democrats for doing the bare minimum. Have you seen that fucking... that lady who held up the sign, the "This is not normal" sign, next to Trump for, like, 2 seconds before it got knocked down? Or whatever? It's like you are literally like YouTubers. You are doing nothing. You're just trying to farm a few donos out of it. Like it's pathetic. They just threw it on the floor and she did nothing. It literally looked like a cut out of The Office. You know? Was it this is not normal? Like this is I would rather, how do I put this? I would rather you just be Hitler than do shit like this. I would rather you just join the Republicans. I am more angry at you than I am at him in this video. If you seriously believe that this is like the Republic is dying and this is how you respond to it, like you're trying to get little cuts in on the camera frame here, this is not normal. Like a fucking TV show cutaway. What are you talking about? It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. It does hurt us, by the way. My issue with this is not just that it's embarrassing, though it is. The embarrassment hurts us. But it's not just that. It's like, really, this is what your idea of resistance looks like? Like, this is how you respond to fucking Fourth Reich shit? Like, what are you doing? You're one of the most powerful people in the country. You have an enormous amount of influence. You can go on TV. You have the ability to sway millions of people with your words, but none of them know how to do that. Republicans go out of their way to make, never waste a tragedy, right? They try to turn everything into a propagandizing moment. For Democrats, it's like performative weakness. Jeffries and Schumer and the New York Dems are just holding everyone at gunpoint. Well, every single poll that happens, like every successive poll, people get less and less satisfied with the congressional Democrats. It's learned helplessness. This was posted proudly by Stansbury. That's her name. This is not normal. The Fourth Reich is right behind me, isn't it? Wow. They Holocaust now? What the fuck are you? This was like this to her. This was like a win. And it got 113,000 likes because the libs still eat this shit up. Like, wow. Also, you know what? It is normal. This is his second term. And none of this shit went away when Biden was in office. It is normal now, actually. It'd be fine if she tweeted this is not normal if it was just to her lib circle. No, the phrase this is not normal. There's a reason liberals say this and not leftists. You know? This is not normal. What does it mean? What does that mean? I think that, like, this is not normal as a phrase is meant to signal like a performative indignity, right? It's meant you roll your eyes and look at the camera. It's The Office again. You're in the office. You're in Parks and Rec. You look at the camera and you're like, wow, really? You're like you're rather than doing something, you're Andy from The Office or whatever. Like you're whatever the fuck his name is. The Jim Halpert's there, sure, not Andy. Yeah, you're like the commentary guy. You know, you get to be the person you're not changing anything. You know, your job is to be like the one the audience sympathizes with, except the audience in this case is the electorate, and the electorate hates you. To be fair, it's kind of baffling how pathetic Dems are to even Canadian Liberal Party politicians. Trudeau is a lib, but he mocks these people. In some cases, I'm not going to defend Trudeau. I think it's mostly just that, like, American Democrats have capitulated so hard towards their donor class, who have also completely abandoned them, that they have, like, they're paralyzed. They have no idea what to do. Al Green is the only one who had some goddamn sauce. This is a good photo. That's real good. That's a photo I like to see. But the Democrats are signal boosting the lady with the "this is not normal" sign, and the Democrats condemned this. I mean, at least they didn't support it. The cane is huge aura. The cane is huge aura. Are you anti-heritage menswear motherfuckers? Up here speaking now? Where are you at? Everyone, why does he like the... I think fashion is dumb. What meaning is there to these aesthetic signifiers that are meant to hearken to a specific era of Americana? Where are you at? To the motherfucker with the gold-tipped cane and the "We the People" tie. That's right. Shut the fuck up. And the ponytail? Yeah, well, he just looks really good. What do you think of Pritzker for 28? He needs the sauce. He doesn't have the sauce yet. He might be able to get it. But not yet. He needs to put down the sauce. It would help if he dropped a few pounds. Walls is more likely. He also needs the sauce. Are you ready for Hakeem Jeffries for 2028? Yeah. I am. I've been getting ready for that for a long time. No, he can't lose weight. He can lose some weight. I'm not saying he needs to, like, slim down or whatever, like, to be skinny or anything, but... Hakeem Jeffries 2028 would lose to Vance 2028. Hakeem Jeffries 2028 might actually be egregious enough to break utilitarianism for me. I might actually not vote. That might actually do it. That would be like a humiliation ritual for me that makes voting for Hillary Clinton in 2016 look like an activist vote. Like, in comparison, voting for Hakeem Jeffries in 2028, that would feel like it would, everything in my life prior to that point would be, in comparison, gracious and undemanding, you know? That would be too much. I would experience ego death. Basically, the only chance of me voting for Hakeem Jeffries in 2028 would be me getting absolutely blitzed on psychedelics that day, and then when I come off it the next day, I would have needed to have voted for him in the interim period. Like, it would have needed to have happened just by chance. Like, maybe in a different mind state. It was possible. So I come to later, I check my voting records, and it's like I did a write-in vote for, I don't know, Bernie Sanders. Speaking of, you hear about this guy? The unofficial response to Trump's not State of the Union address, which got significantly more attention and accolades than the official one,
is through the concept of the big lie and boy.
Hold. Starting mid-sentence there, my man.
Is through the concept of the big lie, and boy, did we hear that tonight.
I think he hit the record button a little late there. Whatever. I really feel bad for Bernie Sanders, but he does give everyone else something to aspire to, right? Because Bernie Sanders, in addition to being the only motherfucker in Congress who wears a button-down collar that has a nice lapel roll, is like, you can tell so easily that he keeps having these like one more job than I'm retiring moments where he was indicating he wasn't planning on running again for the Senate, and then when Trump won, he put in for running in the Senate again because it's like, fuck it, I might be like 87, as long as I'm alive, who gives a shit, you know? We need me. He's been doing campaigning. He's like 100 years old, man. He's been getting so much more active lately, and I think it's because he realizes that there's literally no one else but him, you know? No one's picking up the slack. The whole point of the movement in 2016 was like, even if he lost to Hillary Clinton, the whole point was like, you know, somebody please, God, pick up the slack. Let my man rest. But no one has. Bernie is that 190-year-old on Medicaid Trump mentioned last night. You know it.
You say something that is grossly false, say it over and over again, and have right-wing social media blast it out endless times until people actually believe it.
You know what I love watching like liberals who cope about Bernie? They're like, I don't get it. Why you get angry when Democrats make these points about Trump lying and Trump stealing and Trump like violating the law, but then when Bernie Sanders does it, you appreciate it. Like, what's the difference? Why are you just like hypocritical against liberals? And the answer is Bernie means it. The Democrats don't. And then you know, and that's it. And it's literally true. That's it. When they make the same points, the difference is that Bernie Sanders means it and the Democrats don't. And you know for a fact, like in their heads, the response to that is not like, we need to mean it. Their response is, how do we sound like we mean it more? And that's why they keep losing. That's why they keep losing. They're too fucking committee brain, man.
And then, rather than address the real issues facing the American people, the struggles that the American people are facing, we find ourselves wasting endless amounts of time discussing Trump's absurdities. Let me just give you a very few examples. Trump claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him and that he won by a landslide. Remember that? A lie. Trump claimed that the January 6th insurrection was a day of love. A lie. Trump has claimed that millions of undocumented people voted and do vote in American elections. A lie. Trump has claimed that climate change is a hoax originating in China. A lie. Trump has claimed that Ukraine started the horrific war with Russia. A lie. And tonight, just tonight, Trump claimed that millions of dead people between the ages of 100 and 360, I guess, were collecting Social Security checks. And that is an outrageous lie intended to lay the groundwork for cuts to Social Security and dismantling the most successful and popular government program in history. So
did he get a dental procedure done? He sounds like he's got something in his mouth. Yeah, to be honest, it is a little bit triggering for me to listen to. Not triggering in that way. If Bernie wasn't denied the Democratic primary in 2016, there'd be no such thing as Trump. That's true. He old? His dentures are falling out? I mean, that's like a thing, right? It's better than the CIA bitch that was just on. Well, I mean, come on. Don't denigrate Bernie Sanders by pretending that there's even, like, don't even mention them in the same goddamn sentence. Look, it's just, Bernie Sanders is great, but he's also not necessarily what we need right now. I maintain that any real opposition to what is happening to this country and what is happening to the world will need to be absolutely ruthless and cutthroat. Okay, it's not a matter of Bernie Sanders being ideologically compromised. He's not even a little bit. He's a guiding light in that respect. It's about you need a certain level of vindictiveness. But Vosh, there's literally no one else. Guys, he's not becoming president. Okay, he's not becoming president. Stop asking me who I think should run in 2028. Right now, no one works. There is no one on earth who I think I would consider even a remotely acceptable Democratic presidential candidate who would have my backing in 2028. Things need to change. So we're just fucked awesome? Yeah, obviously. Have you been paying attention? Ralph Nader? Ah. No, you need You need someone with the sauce. You need someone with main character energy. You need someone with a bit of bombast, you know? When I say nobody, I don't understand why you guys are rebutting that by like, have you considered this popular politician who you've obviously considered and has been mentioned 50 times in the past minute? What do you mean? You just want me to comment on everyone? No, nobody. Literally nobody works. Including Bernie. Not just for his age either, but I think that vindictiveness is very, very, very important.
Not one word, over 90-minute speech, not one word from you about the healthcare crisis that is impacting many, many millions of our people. Nor did I hear you say why we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Sometimes.
How do we make someone that works? Serious question. You need a main character. It's literally just that. In a era of populism and social media engagement, where people are deeply dissatisfied with the status quo and very like personality driven, people really like personality cults are basically how you get ahead these days. There's no getting around it. You need somebody who can be a main character. You need somebody who's mean, vindictive, always willing to rise to the challenge. You need somebody who's willing to treat the Democrats and the Republicans both like shit beneath their shoe. That's one of the main problems. The Democratic Party is an obstacle between us and victory here. Like, they are not, like, right now in the form of Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer, they are direct obstacles. Like, they not just, like, Pelosi was one thing, okay? Pelosi, no one can deny Pelosi is a very intelligent woman and very evil. Pelosi, her games are measured in centuries. She had her moments. For the most part, she was an oppositional force. The problem is that Schumer and primarily Hakeem Jeffries are either, and it's probably a mix of both of these, profoundly retarded and active paid opposition. Like, they are being told to prevent any leftward movement within the Democratic Party. Now, I think that Pelosi was 100% in that bend as well, but Pelosi was also very intelligent. I don't think Hakeem Jeffries is smart at all. Honestly, he looks like he looks bewildered every time I see him. Every time I see him in a press conference, I haven't heard a smart word out of him once. Pelosi, as contemptible a woman as she is, it takes like 5 minutes of looking at her and, you know, listen to her talk or whatever, and you're like, okay, she's evil, but she has an idea of what's going on. Hillary Clinton, too, to a large extent. She hates you, but she's not stupid. Hakeem Jeffries? No. No, no, no. So I think that it's probably a combination of him being beholden to donors and also him being bewildered and utterly incapable of thinking of a solution to these problems. It doesn't help that he's the new guy, too, right? He's really young. So if you think about it from his perspective, it's like, wow, I just got the job, and now the country's falling apart, and all the seniors above me, all the people who could give me advice, like, you've got, like, donors, you've got, like, Schumer, you know, it's no light through the end of the tunnel. You need a main character, someone who's willing to cut right through both parties and somehow still secure the funding necessary to become president, in spite of spurning, you know, both sides of the opposition. Speaking of low IQ, the people in chat who are still saying, like, what about AOC? What about Walls? What about Jon Stewart? Do you not see the other people in chat say that? You can see chat's on screen. So even if you're not looking at chat moment to moment, you can see in the bottom left corner, there are other people who are saying things, and you're actually not contributing to the conversation when prior people have said the exact thing that you are now saying. You're just sort of like contributing static. You're contributing noise, you know? It's pretty rough. It's a rough situation. What about Shifty Schiff? You know, speaking of people with main character energy, what is this video from Jasmine Crockett? I actually haven't seen it. I just have it up in my tabs list.
Oh no! It's a cultural divide. I'm gonna get it on the floor.
Oh, I get it. We're doing a bit.
You really about to do it? Yeah, they try.
All right, I get it. Not that kind of sauce. Damn, 18,000 comments, 42,000 likes. Good song, though. The GOP will love that one. I think that Maxine Waters could stand to be... We do need Democrats to be more mean. She has more sauce than most of them, but I don't think it's informed. I don't think it's ideologically informed enough. Is there analysis of why the Democratic Party seemed to work until LBJ? Because Reagan won. Literally, that's it. Aren't the Dems moving to the right anyway? Yeah, which guarantees that they're going to continue losing. Yes, we'll talk about the French stuff in a bit. Reagan won and the conservatives have been trying to replicate that everywhere. Well, no, it's not that necessarily. Reagan won overwhelmingly through treason, like the meddling with the Iran-Contra hostage affair being the most obvious one. Or not Iran-Contra hostage affair, sorry, the Iranian hostage affair, Iran-Contra being the other. He was a treasonous piece of shit who deliberately, like, fucked other people over to win. Yeah, I mixed the two up. Fuck you. And he won so overwhelmingly that Democrats stopped fighting back on the economic issues afterwards. Reagan won by huge margins. Like, you can go look at the election results. I mean, it's like every damn state, but 2 or whatever, I don't remember. He won by a huge margin. And this was despite him being like a senile piece of shit monster who backed fascists, broke the law, contributed to the genocide of gay people. Terrible, terrible man. And a bad president, too. Ballooned the debt, the deficit. But he was so successful in spite of it, and so popular, that the Democrats gave up on fighting back against his economic message. Bill Clinton basically just did Reagan economics, but more effectively, which is why we had a budget surplus under Bill Clinton, you know? Now, I'm not saying Bill Clinton's economic policies were good, but he administrated them far more competently than Republicans ever have. And we briefly had a surplus for like the only time. But it was basically the end of like Keynesianism, economic populism, and so and so. From that point forward, after Ronald Reagan, the battle was codified as, how do we keep the exact same system while battling over other issues? Because we can't battle over the economy. We can't, like, Democrats and Republicans both understood that the underlying system, Wall Street accumulation, you know, private equity, so on and so forth, was so important to so many powerful people who funded both sides of the aisle. Like, both sides of the campaign were funded entirely, basically, by donors aligned with these interests, that they agreed, we can't touch these issues. We'll fight over social issues. And you can see there's a marked shift in the, I would say, depth of the arguments that you see between political candidates from that point forward. How fundamentally do they criticize each other's positions? Because a lot more was on the table back in the 1930s and 40s, right? Back when FDR was president and when he kept winning, people were having much more fundamental conversations about our economic system. People were willing to challenge deeper roots. Not anymore. And it's still like that. And then, of course, in 2016, you know, we're kind of running the ground again. The system is obviously kind of like It's not satisfying people's needs. Accumulation has to continue. The wealth inequality is increasing and increasing and increasing every single year. More is being held by a smaller number of people at the top every single year, year over year for decades. And we're reaching kind of a breaking point where it's like so much wealth is held at the top of society. The foundations are getting kind of broken. Like, you know, back in the 1980s, the 1990s, wealth inequality, don't get me wrong, it was a real issue. But people were not as anxious about the future back then as they are now, which is crazy considering the fact that the Cold War was still on during the 1980s. Back then, the economic anxiety about the future, people nowadays don't think they're good. This is why no one has kids. No one can afford a house. No one can afford college education or whatever. Every system's been bled out to the highest possible level of like monetary extraction. Everything is about funneling upward, but there's already so much upward, you run out of stuff to funnel. It used to be like, what, 10% of the country's wealth is held in the top 1%. Now it's like 50% or more. It's more and more and more. Eventually, you just run out of stuff to funnel. So in an environment like that, how do you convince people to keep voting for you when both sides of the aisle are touting basically the same economic policy? Obama was the last hope for this, by the way. Obama, hope and change. What did he change? Jack shit. Okay, sure. Affordable Care Act. You know, that's great. What really changed? Like, economically, not really anything. They didn't prosecute the people responsible for the fucking subprime mortgage crisis. It was an economic downturn that fucked over billions of people around the world, and they didn't do anything. There was no punishment. Do you remember? In 2009, the people wanted those Wall Street executives, those banking execs, brought to the Capitol Mall, and people were very angry. People were like frothing at the mouth. They were bloodthirsty as hell, and Obama did nothing. Why? Well, you really don't want to normalize the idea that there are consequences to doing that kind of thing. You know, you really don't want that. Like, that's, again, who funds these elections, right? It sure as shit not you small dollar donos. 2016 comes around. Bernie Sanders proves that you can run a successful national campaign off of small dollar donos. The Democrats make an effort to supplant his campaign because the Bernie Sanders represents the first in decades real challenge to the underlying system. But the Republicans have their own challenge too. What if, rather than keeping things middle of the road, you know, you've got Clinton, Bush, Obama, what if we lean into hard right populism? Not the first time it's been done. It's been done all around the world at different points of economic crisis. This is what happened with the Nazis, et cetera, et cetera. Economic anxiety, social anxiety, you capitalize on all of them, you make an in-group, you make an out-group, and you win based on fear. It's a big difference, too, because if you go back and you watch, like, John McCain, Mitt Romney, George Bush, even though these guys are pieces of shit, right, they still marketed themselves as believers in the American dream. They were, you know, you go watch them and they're like, I believe in the American people. I believe in the American dream and the small business owner. Yeah, the way they talk like Democrats. They talk like how Democrats talk today. Trump doesn't talk like that. Trump doubled down on the fear and the hatred and so on. And that's why he won, because people are actually really fucking sick of hearing year after year the same canned message from every politician as things slowly get worse and worse and worse. You know? It's the same message every time. It's a bipartisan message. So the Democrats are still locked in that old system. Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are both invested in preventing their constituents, their elected officials, the people underneath them, from pushing against it because they don't want, you know, a Bernie Sanders situation. They don't want any real challenge. But Bernie Sanders proved you could make it far just off small dollar donos. Sorry, I don't know why. I don't know what prompted me to do like a full recap of American politics over the past like 45 years. I don't remember what prompted this. I'm sorry. One second. Yes, Bernie also proved it could be done in 2020, 100%. Someone asked when the Democrats became cucks. What I'm trying to say here is that Democrats haven't become cucks. They've always been like this, and the Republicans were like this too. The reason Democrats are coming across as cucks now is because they're still bewildered at the idea that anything could have broken the dynamic they had going on for so long. That's the reason why all of the worst Democrats are Bill Clinton, New York Democrats. Those are the ones that keep letting us down. Why? Because Bill Clinton was the one that codified the Democratic half of this strategy. After Bush Sr. and Reagan, the Clintonites were the ones that, like, cemented their end of this deal. Then why aren't we forming a new party? Sure, go for it. Go right ahead. Good luck getting the funding. You want to win the presidency without the powers that be backing you? This is the most powerful country in the world. Billions of dollars run through every election. Does the squad still exist? Nah, not really. I mean, like, nominally, sure, but not meaningfully. Funding and captured media, yeah. Do you think the Republicans will win in 2028? As things are right now, yes. Whatever happens in 2028, yes. Whether or not Trump's alive or dead or whatever, you know, at the moment, yes. That's the trajectory. You know, you can't see the future. Something could change, but that is the current trajectory. Really, it seems Republicans will ruin America. You still think they'd win? Yes. Well, anyway, you get the point. Seppin bum to some FD signifier video he drops where he defends hoteps and goes after you. Who fucking cares? Okay? Second bump? Two-hour and 2-minute long video called I Finally Understand Hoteps. It dropped an hour ago. So even if you watch this right as it came out, you couldn't have finished the video yet. Like, even if you hit play, as long as you were watching on a one-time speed, you cannot have finished the video yet. How could you possibly know if I'm even mentioned here? The 2 times, like, every video that drops, you 2 times that shit? 2 hour long. You fucking kidding me? No shot. Also, who gives a fuck? Trump won. I think the ideological lines right now are like, you know, retard Hotep defenders or whatever, or people who think that, like, black Hebrew Israelites are actually fronting some kind of compelling argument against white supremacy. What, like this is the battle? Two times is so goated. You better not be watching my ass like that. Who has the luxury to care about Hoteps in 2025? Yeah, I envy you, man. Caring about Hoteps in 2025. This is like, it's like, you're in a different world, okay? I'm over here like, yeah, you know, it was the elections were good while they lasted, I guess. And meanwhile, I guess there are people over there on left Twitter, and they're like, you know what we really need to talk about? We really need to talk about they, theming people with neo pronouns. you know, it's not wrong, but you are kind of avoiding you're trying to dance around it. And I'm like, listen, maybe you're right. I wouldn't know because my country is dying. I'm listen, okay, I'm putting a pin in it. And I'll address this in the future. We busy. All right. Move on from that silly business. From that nonsense. The leftist candidate for NYC mayor raised $2.8 million thanks to public matching funds. I'm not going to lie, and I know this is kind of a defeatist attitude on my part, but like, damn. I cannot imagine Cuomo losing just based on name recognition alone, you know? I hope he does. Trump might roll back the tariffs. It's going to be like this every day from now on, forever. You guys know that, right? Trump might, he might not. Will they? Won't they? 5 seasons, then they kiss. It'll be like this forever. His economic advisor, his secretary of the Treasury, was like, maybe he'll negotiate with Trudeau and they'll kick it off or whatever. Trump apparently has given a 1-month exemption to automakers from the tariffs, which is really funny that he would do this like after putting the tariffs forward. So the automakers had like 1 day of a bump, and then on day 2 they were like, Automakers have urged Trump to waive 25% tariffs. Do you think salvage denim makers will be able to, levy the same pressure, perhaps? Maybe? Probably not. Justin Trudeau of Canada called me to ask what could be done about tariffs. I told him that many people have died from fentanyl that came through the borders of Canada and Mexico, and nothing has convinced me that it is stopped. He said that it's gotten better, but I said, that's not good enough. The call ended in a somewhat friendly manner. He was unable to tell me when the Canadian election has taken place, which made me curious, like, what's going on here? I then realized he is trying to use this issue to stay in power. Good luck, Justin. That's fantastic. Yeah, I don't know if the tariffs are going to come off. The exemption to, automakers is pretty funny. Why are there no capitalized words in Trump's paragraph? That's true. He probably didn't type this. He loves his capitalized words. Yeah, You should really only listen, okay? The more uncertainty there is, the more instability there is, and the worse the markets will do, okay? Like this article right here is just off Howard Lutnick. We saw this. This is from the previous evening where he was on Fox Business, and he was like, I don't know, maybe Trump will work something out with Trudeau. Well, has he? No? Then don't bother me about it,
Tariffs have been a black cloud over this market. Tariffs are never a good thing for stocks. I believe ultimately it's a negotiation tool, but the street is digesting to this. And I think it's something where, the Trump White House continues to go down this path, and it's something that sent white knuckles across Wall Street.
This is a very odd video, like mixing-wise. Okay.
Biggest tech transformation probably in the last 50 years with AI. But very related to that is chips. And part of chips is it comes from China, Taiwan. So when you start to get tariffs like this, retaliatory, I think the street continues to be worried that this could dent growth stocks, dent the AI revolution. That's been a huge foundation of this bull market. I believe it's all part of high stakes poker. There's the only
That's great, man. I wonder when the AI bubble is going to fully pop. Didn't NVIDIA recently go down? Like quite a bit. Year to date, they're down 15%. They had a big crash right after Trump took office. But since then, it's just been kind of like bubbling. AI bubble's over. The AI bubble is not over. Not even close. Canada is not removing their side of the tariffs unless the U.S. removes all tariffs. We won't meet in the middle, said our finance minister. Nice. Infinite genocide.
Specific American. Donald. In the over
You wanna produce noise?
8 years you and I have worked together, we've done big things. We signed a historic deal.
Yeah, we saw this one. But they've said they're not going to be selectively lifting any of their tariffs. Full package of retaliatory tariffs. U.S. President Donald Trump leaves any tariffs on Canada in place. Nice. Trudeau's government is cool to the idea of a middle ground settlement in the trade war floated by U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. In particular, any scenario where Canada has to fully rescind its retaliatory tariffs in exchange for a partial rollback of American tariffs will be rejected by the Canadian Prime Minister, said one official, speaking on condition they not be identified. Based. Yeah, you can't give an inch anywhere. You know, you have to. The Canadian people are willing to suffer. Are the American people? Yeah, no appeasement. He's so funny, man. Bear with me, Trump says, as both farmers and consumers brace for tariff effects. If there really is a plan to place external tariffs on American agricultural production, oh man, I hope so. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell what's going to happen in the future, you know, in general. I'm not American, but I'm very willing to see the American people suffer if that counts, Vosh, doing my part. You are doing your part, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Some of the impacts on farmers might not be felt until next harvest. Some products might actually get cheaper in the short run for consumers if exports suffer. And the price of corn, wheat, and soybeans accounts for relatively little of the price of most products. I love the farmer, he said. I remember that. Puerto Rico should leave America. The secessionists are definitely getting, the independence people are definitely getting a good set of arguments. For sure. Corn and soybean prices for this year's harvest already fell roughly 10% since the tariffs were first announced a couple weeks ago. In other words, people aren't buying it. Joe Jansen, an agricultural economist within the University of Illinois, said that has snuffed out any profitability in those crops. He called Trump's comments that farmers may be able to sell more of their products at home at best tone deaf. There is no domestic market for the amount of corn, soybeans, wheat, and other agricultural products that we now export in significant quantities. As crop prices decline, farmers might see their fertilizer bill jump because we use so much potash from Canada. Our corn surplus is actually insane. We make so much of it. Farmers deserve to suffer. I mean, yeah, most of them voted for Trump. Doug Ford's attack dog populist stance is so reassuring to people they won't stop messaging him in the middle of the night. Ford asks people not to text him at night, complaining all I hear is the buzzing. You have your publicly listed phone number is the one you keep with you? You don't have two separate phones? As a premier? That's crazy. Just more chill up there in Canada, I guess. Yeah, he's stupid. I respect it. It's like a very specific kind of boomer position, you know? Estimating he had more than 4,000 unread text messages he needed to reply to. You do not need to reply to all the text messages that you get as a premier. That is crazy. The premier controversially uses the same device for government work, personal, and party business, and recently lost a transparency battle involving the device in front of the province's privacy watchdog. Ordered civil servants to begin the work to access and disclose his personal call logs. Okay. All right. This is an insane thing of him to do. But okay. His brother was a crackhead mayor, don't forget. Who cares, man? That's based. Yeah, we shaming drug addicts now? What happened to you guys? How do farmers feel about this? Well, I imagine the average farmer's response to this is probably something along the lines of, well, I voted for the guy. I didn't think he'd do the stuff that he said he was going to do. And, you know, I would still, would you vote for him again if you got the chance to? Yeah, but I still wish he'd change this stuff. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Yeah. All right. France stuff. What are we on about?
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Premier ministre, Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, mes chers collègues.
Wow, I am not watching an 8-minute, 36-second subtitled French senatorial speech, even if it is based. Absolutely not. Is this on r/public freakouts? No, it's on r/Europe. I don't know. Just checking. Macron will open debate about extending French nuclear protection to European allies. Let's fucking go! There we go. That's the shit I want to see from France. France is going to nuke the USA. If they do, we'd deserve it. I wonder how far they would extend the nuclear umbrella. If they do extend it, there are some obvious candidates, right? Obviously, you know, Germany, Spain, Netherlands, you know, like the obvious ones, okay. But how far east will you take it? You know? Finland? The Baltics? Poland? France has an estimated 290 nuclear warheads, of course, of course. Greenland? Panama? They're going to open up the talks. I mean, we'll see how far that goes, but I am interested. France and the UK are the nuke-having European countries? Yeah. Most countries around the world that have had nuclear weapons have given them up in the, the post-Cold War period. Nuclear disarmament has been the general trend over the past few decades. Obviously, like America and Russia both have a fuck ton. China's building new ones. I think India and Pakistan still build new ones occasionally, but for the most part, they've held on to a relatively consistent stockpile. Don't forget Israel. And Israel, of course. Did you see Zelensky cut negotiations? Why the fuck are you linking me Wall Street Mav tweets? Breaking. Zelensky has changed his mind again and announced he would not negotiate with Russia. This isn't new. He hasn't changed his mind at all.
Нам відомо, що росіяни не змінили своїх позицій та вимог щодо України. Вони будуть вимагати скорочення нашої армії, будуть хотіти юридичну відмову від наших територій, також суттєвої політичної деформації України з послабленням української Конституції. І скажу, що насправді, поки ми всі в Україні будемо стояти разом і міцно, поки ми тут, ні в кого це
I know I'm
не
cutting
вийде.
off some of the subtitles,
Мир
but you're getting
буде
the gist.
достойним. Слава Україні!
Slava Ukraini. Exactly. This isn't new. Again, like the right-wing propaganda here, Zelensky does not want to discuss anything with Russians and make any concessions. He wants to continue the war. This is the same position he's had for like 3 years now, which is as long as Russia will not accept a ceasefire, without these like pre. Da 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 da. Abracadabra. Ba, ba, ba. What's up?
Oh, we're gonna go.
You gonna go?
Yeah, when we get back, I'm probably gonna shower.
All right, gotcha. Good luck.
Yeah. You next station.
Hello. Not banned. Banned by OBS from streaming for 4 seconds. Tried to take me out. Hi, Vosh. Did you see France expanding its nuclear umbrella? Is there like a conspiracy with you guys where you only ask me if I've done X right after I've done it? Like, it's not... It's like it's not even like 2 hours ago. Like, that was 2 minutes ago. And you're the only one in chat who said that, too. So, like, I feel like you guys are waiting until after that. Maybe they just joined. I mean, maybe not, but, like, it's just crazy how it's always right after we do the thing that people are like, hey, have you done the thing? Don't ask me. Ask chat. Why do you ask me? What the fuck kind of... What kind of inconsiderate piece of shit enters a classroom late? And then they're like, hey, teacher, have we covered this page in the textbook yet? Fucking ask the person next to you. Just ask chat, hey, has he covered? Why are you adding me? Well, have you covered? I'm talking about other things. There are other people in the chat. It's not a DM. That's Dark Matter's first message since February. Well, then they've gotten a disproportionate amount of attention for their chat engagement, and they should thank me with a dono. All right. Speaking of Ukraine, we're no longer passing intelligence to them, which makes sense because we're passing intelligence directly to Russia. So, Like, why would we? We're literally on the other side now. You know, like, why would we? Ukraine probably doesn't want to give info to us, if anything. You know, we're a security risk. Also, the U.S. is a traitor. Well, yeah. I do hope that Zelensky holds elections soon, just because I think it would be funny, like in an international sense, for people to realize that the opposition to Zelensky from within Ukraine is from people who want him to go harder against Russia. Like, the idea that Zelensky's unpopularity is born of Ukrainians being like, yeah, you know what? We should just give up and lose or whatever. I don't really care. As opposed to there being Ukrainians who are like, you know, strap me to a missile and fire me at Moscow, you know. After this meeting, the opposition rallied behind Zelensky. Yes, it has been a big boost for him domestically. Isn't Zelensky mega popular? Like most wartime leaders, his popularity is tied to his success in battle. And since things have stalled, his popularity has waned. But he's rebounding now. Why is Europe so against working with China, especially now that the U.S. is betraying them? I don't think Europe is that against working. What do you mean, like working with them in what respect? They trade with them. You know, what work? I know a Ukrainian from playing World of Warcraft Classic, and unless he's very atypical, the Ukrainians hate Russians now to a point where they don't consider them human anymore. Well, that's been the official position of the Kremlin for years now. So, you know, tit for tat, I suppose. The fuck am I? What if we had audio?
The Air Force, the Army National Guard, the Air National Guard. Last month, he was laid off from his job at a VA medical center. Jamie, first of all, thank you so much for your service, and thank you for.
They're cutting so many people from the VA. It's funny that that's one of the departments they're going after very aggressively from the get-go. You know,
speaking with us today. Look, Elon Musk, Capitol Hill today. What would you want him to know?
I want him to know that a lot of the people I know and a lot of the people I've served with and people that I've served with and have made an ultimate sacrifice are very aware that he was not elected to be operating within our government. His cuts are harmful and perceived as malicious.
All right, not a media training, Andy. You got to check. You never know. Classic strategy for Machiavelli is to do the worst stuff you got to do quickly. That is true. You do want to get that out of the way relatively early. Fuck the VA. Veterinarians don't deserve health care for being murderers. That's true, man. Sometimes they have to put down animals that are really sick, though. You know, there's not really much you can do about that, I think. I don't know. Is there anyone out there with any kind of sauce? It just, I'm. Maybe this is the end of history. Yeah, they plan to cut 80,000 employees from Veterans Affairs. And also in big news, Pokemon-shaped Cheeto, Cheetozard, sells at auction for 87,840. That's crazy. Couldn't you, like, make a Charizard-shaped Cheeto? Like, it doesn't have to be an accident, you know? You could just make one. Won't sell for as much. Couldn't you just lie? See the Dem congressman who died last night? The Texan, right? Ken Klippenstein has really been going off on the, like, geriatrics in our government lately. It is insane that if you look at, like, any other Western government, there are plenty of people there who look like they're millennials, whereas the only guy who looks like a millennial in the government in America is, like, fucking J.D. Vance, and everyone makes fun of him for it, you know? Like, everyone is so old. I know he's not the only one, but... he looks like he feels guilty because he knows he's about to die, you know? Like, he's like, sorry. That's true, Thana. He's pause champing. When you know, you know? How's he this bad at 79? 70! He's 70! That's well below the life expectancy in America. I mean, certainly for a person who holds political office. 74? No, that's a different number. 70 is this number. 74 is this number. That's two different numbers referring to two different people. Job ages you? You kidding me? Being a Democratic congressman, how the fuck does that job age you? It's the easiest job in the world. Show up for votes, maybe, don't do anything. Gee, that's like the only job faker than mine. It reduces aging, if anything. Age and generation in the 119th Congress. By age. 190 plus in the Senate. These are 80 to 89, 70 to 79, 60 to 69, which means that fully, like, what is that then? Like 2/3? Yeah, 2/3 of the Senate are 60 or older. Then 50 to 59, 40 to 49, and two people in the 30 to 39. Better than I thought. It's pretty bad, man. And in the House, likewise, about 2/3. In the House, it's 2/3 50 or older. I guess it makes sense the House would be a bit younger than the Senate. Here's the pics of the dead guy opening a con in cosplay. The dead guy? He was formerly the mayor of Houston and kicked off Anime Matsuri every year in cosplay. Okay, well, hold on. Now I'm not as inclined to make fun of him. That's great, actually. That's pretty cute. That's cute. I can't make fun of that. Young at heart. Did you hear that a Chinese movie just made $2 billion? Isn't it that animated movie? I saw there was an animated movie. I don't know anything about it, but apparently it did really well. Nessa? It makes sense because like we Americans have enjoyed basically unrivaled global cultural dominance for so long. And I feel like since it is the Chinese century, we're losing our hegemon position. I feel like it makes sense that now we'd start to hear about this stuff popping. Because how often do you hear about stuff banging from China, right? Probably not that often. But China has 1.4 billion people. Like, something that goes big in China is bigger than something that goes big in America. Like, we talk about, I don't know, Kendrick Lamar, Drake beef, or, you know, the Super Bowl or whatever. But that's peanuts compared to whatever the Chinese are on about. You know? They're on some crazy shit over there. Well, you're a China hater, the Radical Dino, so I can't trust you. What if it's good, actually? Radical Dino says, it's complicated, but in short part, a large part of it is because the Chinese government wants a W, so they pay people to watch this movie. The movie itself is not that good. It's total slop of a movie. Maybe I'll watch it to decide myself. Not really sure. It'd be interesting if that was the case, though. Another satisfied viewer. It's like Black Myth Wukong sold many copies, but it's a total slop. Yeah, okay, but that's my point, right? Because American-based slop goes huge all the time. So shouldn't Chinese slop go 4 times as big because there's 4 times as many Chinese? You know, like it's not necessarily a quality thing, right? It's just like numbers wise. Wukong wasn't slop. That chatter's racist. That chatter's Chinese, but you can fight that fight if you want. I didn't play it. I'm not getting in on this, okay? Maybe it does, but those audiences pay less because they aren't as prosperous. Well, I mean, sure, but we're talking about like cultural influence, right? Basically, what I'm saying is when American global hegemony collapses and we live in a multipolar world once again, where you can't expect like the shit that shows at the Oscars to be viewed in France, Germany, Spain, you know, South Africa, China, or whatever. You go to a different country and people are on like a completely different set of things. Like the world's totally different over there, the way it used to be. The modern age of globalization, of mass transportation, of international airlines, this is only like 70 years old, okay? Before World War II, you go into a different country, you're in a different world, all right? Everything's different there. Their food, their language, this is obvious, okay? But everything, the subtle intricacies of their housing construction and design, the way their cities are laid out, the culture, the things they care about. But nowadays, you can go to another country and you can be like, hey man, Kendrick. And then somebody who doesn't speak English will be like, Kendrick Lamar, yeah, Goku, yes. And like you can bond off of that, you know? But maybe not. Maybe that's ending. Maybe it'll be like, yeah, you'll have to renegotiate the terms of our shared understanding of the world. There's going to be some like crazy Chinese cultural shit I'm not even aware of. And you're going to go to, you know, you're going to go to Finland and people are going to be on that shit. You're going to be an American. You're bewildered. You have no idea. How are LGBTQ rights in China? Worse than America, but better than America in 2027. Maybe. Mike Johnson's chief of staff got a DUI last night. That's based. It's similar to Russia on LGBT. There have been some crackdowns. My understanding is that the dynamic there is very different. You know, the Russian dynamic on queer rights is like explicitly fascist and Nazi-esque. You know, degeneracy within us, rat's filth, etc., etc. Whereas in China, there's this more like not patriot, this like chauvinist, like, you know, for the good of the state and the future of the country. Well, there's a huge overlap between these things. I guess, like, I think Russia be nastier with it, but I think it's kind of like a temporal thing. It might be, basically, I think the Kremlin has nothing better to do than, like, the oligarchs that run Russia have nothing better to do than rape children and oppress minorities. And I think that the average CCP official is like, well, I don't know, man. I really need to figure out where I'm going to procure this concrete from because I have to build like 17 miles of road a day. I think that, like, there's too much going on in China for them to be as concerned about it, but that might just be like a... In China, they literally ban feminine men from being on TV. That's true, but from my eye, most of their men are feminine anyway because they don't seem to grow facial hair like as readily, or they culturally just, they don't want to like keep it grown out. So that might be like a, what's a feminine man anyway? You mean like they're wearing a pink dress or something? Like, okay. I mean, where's the line? We'll see, Dino. I don't talk to people anymore. I'm building my own hermit kingdom. Do you think China will improve on LGBT rights? I don't know. I mean, in some respects, they have. Like, if you compare China now to China back in like 1982, you want to like go bar for bar on that? No, it's definitely an improvement, but it's really just a matter of what the like priorities are for the state. You know, basically, how much can a country develop without needing to rely on the good old basics, right? The basics like opens up all reliable, and all reliable is like, what if we made people really scared of Jews and brown people or whatever? You know, that's like the main thing they have to run on, you know? Under those metrics, the U.S. has improved too. The U.S. has improved massively on queer rights since the 80s. Are you kidding? Right now, in blue states, at least, America is one of the most queer-friendly places on Earth, like, easily, you know? Like, enormously so, yeah. Now, obviously, we're rapidly backsliding, and red states are a lot worse than blue states. And the passport thing, like I said, rapidly backsliding. Red states give their voters free homes with no down payment. The Section 502 Guaranteed Loan Program assists approved lenders in providing low and moderate income households the opportunity to own adequate... What is this? You just linked a federal government program. What am I looking at here? What does this have to do with red states? Also, you don't... It's not for free. You still have to live in a red state. Anyway. What's going on here? Trump administration moves to drop Idaho emergency abortion case with national implications. Yeah, I think this might be bad. Emergency abortion case, one of the first move of the issue since Trump began his second term. The Justice Department filed a motion to dismiss the lawsuit, which was originally filed by the Biden administration, and allow Idaho to fully enforce its strict abortion ban, even during emergency situations. Yeah, basically, the Biden administration sued Idaho to challenge their extreme anti-abortion law, and Trump is dropping that. I guess that's to be expected. It's not like the DOJ is going to continue doing this when Trump's in charge, right? Does this get us closer to a federal abortion ban? No, not necessarily. I think it's more a signaling from the Trump administration that they're not going to hold back any red states from pursuing it. I don't think this is really a step towards the national ban. More of a, you know... The real question will be what the Supreme Court ends up doing on the continual efforts of red states to extradite doctors in blue states who prescribe abortion pills. That's the shit that I'm interested in seeing play out, because that could potentially be pretty scary. Well, till then, we'll see, I suppose. Let's see, President of Panama doesn't think that Trump is going to reclaim it. We'll see about that. Did you hear Texas introduced a brand new bill that makes being trans a felony and could affect gays too? Well, trans people are annoying, but gays? I fall in that category. Houston lawmaker proposes bill that could charge transgender Texans with fraud. Under HB 3817, Texans could be charged with gender identity fraud for identifying as a sex different from the one they were assigned at birth. What? Okay, dude. Okay. All right. Last year, Texas barred trans people from changing their sex on state-issued driver's licenses and birth certificates to match their gender identity. Now they want to make that mismatch a crime punishable by prison time. Whew! A new form of fraud. Gender identity fraud. A person would commit gender identity fraud by, quote, identifying the person's biological sex as the opposite of the biological sex assigned to the person at birth. Committing gender identity fraud under the proposal would be a state jail felony. The lowest level of felony in Texas. Oh, good news there. A person found guilty would be subject to up to 2 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. Sheesh. So it would make them unable to vote too, Lamau? Oliverson's office did not respond to a request for comment. Yeah, this would mean that if you're transgender, you can't even travel through Texas. Like, if you're in California and your ID says you're a woman when you've got a dick and balls, and then you drive through Texas, you get stopped by a cop. They take a look at their ID, they take a look at you, and they're like, hey, dick and ball check. Dick and ball check, put him in my mouth. Put him in my... Hey, ma'am, put him in my mouth. And then he's like, yep, that's a transgender. And your ass is going to prison. What about flying? You would be fine flying because when you're at the airport, if you're getting like a layover in Texas, you're dealing with federal officials, not state officials. The TSA, everyone you talk to at the airport, they're federal. So if this becomes a federal crime, then that's that. But for now, it's just a state thing. Well, it's not even a state thing. This is just a proposed bill. This hasn't passed. It's why even if you travel from Colorado to Canada, you can't carry weed. Well, if you're well, I guess they're not connected via land, but yes, the federal government. Let's see. Oliver's proposal faces an uphill climb to become law, as the 3,817th bill filed during the 2025 legislative session. The bill is a low priority in the chamber. It has no co-sponsors and has not yet been scheduled for a committee hearing. Nice. Then you've got a bunch of gay paragraphs from people who are like, this is bad, this is fascism. Yeah, okay. Yeah. You're telling me there's something wrong with it being a felony just to exist and not hurt anyone? Come on. Hysterical, yeah. That's what I'm saying. So wait, how would this affect gay people? I don't think this affects me at all. If anything, it's fine, you know? I don't get hurt. They're next. There's no way. I've followed the LGB Drop the T accounts, and there's no way the people going after trans rights would then also go after gay rights. They're totally different things. This would surely apply to people who look transgender. Well, it says based on your ID, not based on like a sniff test. But, you know, given the way things are these days, who the fuck? Who knows? Who knows? I'll learn more about this fella, State Rep Tom Oliverson. Usually these kinds of ostentatious, attention-getting bills, these people have a history of filing lots of them. This fella. Wanted to reduce property taxes, wanted to abolish property taxes. In 2023, sponsored House Bill 1686 to ban certain gender-affirming medical treatments for trans minors. Well, he's got a history on it. Not as ostentatious of a background as I expected. He's an anesthesiologist. Huh. What the fuck is with the asshole fash doctors? Oh, a ton of doctors are huge pieces of shit. They're literally in the labor aristocracy. I think there's just something very, like, innately alienating about being a doctor, you know? Because you have all of the clinical distance provided by the medical system as in bureaucracy. You have to cope with the fact that even the most minor treatment you provide people will cost them hundreds or thousands of dollars. Like, you have to file that in your brain and, like, process it. Also, you're very wealthy on average relative to other workers. Might have started wealthy because med school is expensive. You have a lot of, like, if I made it, why can't other people? Because you've got a lot of student debt to pay off. You don't want other people getting their debt cut. It's, I don't know. American doctors are very different from anywhere else. I've heard that. I've heard that. Like, Cuban doctors, apparently every single one of them is like Jesus Christ Almighty, you know? They're like making, I don't know, 35,000 Cuban pesos every year. And they're like, what if rather than like lounging on my gorgeous Havana, you know, 2-story balconied flat, sipping a margarita for 6 hours a day, what if I went to fucking Somalia and treated people with like plague worms there? I don't know. Whatever makes you happy, man. I'd like 35,000 Cuban pesos. Was I right with that? Do they use pesos over there? I don't actually know what currency they use in Cuba. Yes? All right, cool. Pesos. It's a good, strong word. I like it. Even Colbert is complaining the Dems aren't doing shit. I don't know what's going to change when you lose Colbert. Yeah, Colbert is not as meaningfully critical of the Democrats as Jon Stewart has been historically. I didn't know that, Alex Mex 90. Thank you. Peso means weight. Jon Stewart says Elon Musk flaked on interview offer. You know that that's bullshit. Yeah, I saw this. This one was really, really, really good. I think it was Jon Stewart goaded Elon, and Elon said he would go on the show. He accepted, but then he said he would only do it if the show airs unedited. So Jon Stewart immediately was like, "Yeah, absolutely. I'll absolutely have you on, and we'll air it unedited." And then Elon was like, and also it gets live broadcasted to X, the everything app." I can't play this because it's copyright, but you know. Can you imagine how different the world would be if he had gone through with the fight that he was going to do with Zuckerberg, and Zuckerberg had just instantly, like, killed him with a single punch to the head? The very, like, timeline shift, you know? Like, that would be, a, you know, Hannibal crossing the Alps, Rome must burn moment right there. How is Elon this bad at everything? It really does reaffirm my position that, like, it's not a matter of how competent you are, really. It's just media control, right? It doesn't matter how embarrassing you are. Like, Trump is obviously an evil pedophile. Elon is obviously an evil retard. Maybe a pedophile. I don't actually think there's been substantial evidence to that point in either direction. No one's asked him directly. No one has the balls. He's certainly sympathetic, considering his associations. Looking into this. Doesn't matter, they still won. You've said the actual truth. Germany is back. Coalition unveils bumper 1.3 trillion spending pledge as country breaks with constitution to revive economy. Hell yes. Keynesian economics, we are so fucking back. Guys, did you know it actually works really well? Did you know that massive government spending actually does a really good job of fueling the economy? All you need to do is make sure the money you're spending goes to workers and not to, like, 4 corporations in a public-private partnership. That's literally it. That's the one addendum. You literally the goal here is to revitalize the economy by circulating money, which you do by employing a bunch of people and keeping the taxes high, so you put the money into the economy, and then it comes back out, and then you put it back in, and it comes back out, and you put it back in, and it comes back out, and oh, you're fucking, and you're producing a baby, and the baby is economic stability. Congratulations, you have a beautiful, healthy, several decades of middle class, you know, economic well-being. That's how it works. Nowadays in America, every time we do a big fucking government spending package, it's like, you know, it just goes straight to like 5 companies. Yeah, then you have the tax cuts, so the money doesn't go back to the government. Mers was a BlackRock board member, so the give it all to 4 corps is unfortunately still an option. Yeah, we'll have to see how many people get, like, directly employed by the government. The spending package could eventually surpass 1 trillion euros, representing about a quarter the size of Germany's economy. Vosh, wouldn't you consider the tax cuts as a sort of spending package? Well, no, because it's worse. When you do a spending package, you're making something. You're doing it for a purpose. Tax cuts just lose you money for nothing. And the tax cuts almost always are, you're losing money from the wealthy people. As is the case with the Trump tax cuts. So wealthy people do what they always do, which is hoard the money. They don't spend it. They hoard it because, you know, they have more than they need, right? Much in the same way, like there's no point in giving more bananas to a guy who's already sitting on a big pile of bananas. He can only eat so many bananas, just sitting on them. They're not doing anything. Money's meant to circulate. Ro's never seen Donkey Kong. I'm on the side of King K. Rool, okay? Those bananas are going to expire. What the fuck is Donkey Kong doing with 5 million bananas? They're literally just going to rot there. King K. Rool has an army to feed. Yes, Mega Demon, I do think that the last election represented a cultural shift to the left. Well, away from the center at the very least, you know? Donkey Kong is a family to feed. He's like 5 people in his family, man. King K. Rool has like an endless horde of lizard guys and stuff. Will be the ideal time to exchange my dollars. Do it now for Robux. All of your currency right now to Robux. This is not financial advice. Have you seen this UAW statement on the tariffs? I've been getting like anti-union pilled. Not that I'm anti-union. Well, I mean, in the long run, under socialism, you shouldn't need unions, but whatever. In the current day, that's good. It's not anti-union, but it's like, I don't think unions are actually the way out of this, you know? Because it seems like union leads might be good, but the average union member is like a Midwestern 45-year-old white guy who voted for Trump, you know? Like, it doesn't seem like unions are functioning as an ideological platform, which is the issue, right? Like, I look, great for you if you're getting your wages or whatever, but the reason I care about unions isn't just so you can, like, pay off your, you know, your mortgage or whatever. It's because I want them to front an ideological cause. I want them to make the country better. The UAW is in active negotiations with the Trump administration about their plans to end the free trade disaster. Oh no. We look forward to working with the White House to shape the auto tariffs in April to benefit the working class. Oh no. Why? Well, because in America, where we've exported so many manufacturing jobs, we moved them out of the country. The main thing they care about is protecting their own workers, not really like the well-being of the country. It's a limit to unions, right? Like, you know, they're more interested in because they don't care if they're selling their cars for $1 million. They're just trying to keep the jobs. Is free trade bad, like in a Marxist sense? Free trade can be harmful to less developed countries that might want to nurture and protect local industry. Free trade is fucking amazing for Americans because we're super wealthy. Like, free trade is fantastic for us. You know, we benefit from it enormously. The only reason, you know, the American worker's been harmed by NAFTA and the removal of manufacturing jobs from America, et cetera, it's not because there's anything like fundamentally economically wrong with it. It's because it's been mishandled, capital accumulation, corporations running the margins down to the bottom line, private equity, et cetera, right? It's just all the other capitalist things. The usual. So they're just pro-tariffs. Tariffs are a powerful tool in the toolbox for undoing the injustice of anti-worker trade deals. We are glad to see an American president take aggressive action on ending the free trade disaster that has dropped like a bomb on the working class. There's been a lot of talk of these tariffs, quote-unquote, disrupting the economy. But if corporate America chooses to price gouge the American consumer or attack the American worker because they don't want to pay their fair share, corporate America bears the blame for that decision. Blah. The Canadian Auto Workers Union came out accusing the UAW of betraying their 70 years of cooperation, brotherhood, and labor solidarity. Yeah, in the hierarchy of positions, I'm more of an anti-fascist than I am a union advocate. I'm now anti-UAW. Rip. Wait, how this happened? Unions are always like this. Will the auto industry actually reinvest in American manufacturing? What does that mean? Reinvest in? I mean, honestly, I want the auto industry to, like, die in general, so... I'm kind of like 3 layers removed from this, morally speaking, you know? Doesn't even make sense from the POV of the union. The tariffs are going to make all the workers get laid off within 2 weeks with a production line shut down. I mean, I think that's what he said about, like, shaping the tariffs, but yeah, no, there's just no way around it. The fundamental imbalance here in terms of, like, having domestic manufacturing is just that Americans are wealthier than people in other countries. The only way to fix this, really... And by the way, you want an actual base solution to all this? You want an actual way of addressing this? Okay. You have to mandate that manufacturing jobs or any jobs, any American corporations that hire workers in different countries have to meet a wage floor. So if you want to save money by going over to China, fuck you, buddy. You now have to meet certain standards for their safety, for their wages, even if they're not mandated in that country. And that'll bring it to a stop real quick. Or at the very least, it'll make it easier to deal with because you have to balance these economic incentives against the fact that everyone has kind of like a floor to meet. You know? The same way we pay income tax even if we expatriate. We literally already have standards like this, you know? But we just need to make them much stronger. It would require international cooperation is the issue. China doesn't want to raise their labor costs because it would discourage foreign investment. Yeah, but and that ultimately is the issue, right? It's like 200 capitalist countries all competing for what's best for them, you know? Not for what's best for the worker. We need more economic diversity. All of this would be fixed if everyone on Earth, or at least every country on Earth, was basically equally wealthy. The problem is, anytime you have pockets in the world of people who are less wealthy, and therefore will accept lower wages, everyone rushes down to lower the margins in that area to exploit the lower need. Race to the bottom. What happens with prisoners? You can pay prisoners less, so we do. What happened with slaves? This is just slavery. It's slavery ideologically done through different means. You need to find portions of the population. You can get away with paying them less. Slaves, of course, were paid nothing. But we did this with sharecropping as well. Sharecropping theoretically was doable at any point in time with any group of people. Why then did they do it in the South with black people after slavery? Well, black people had a lot of, well, they had few opportunities. They didn't have a lot of money, so they were easier to press gang into it, you know? You have immigrants who come in, Irish and Italians and Poles, over into New York. They're the ones that you shove into the tenements. They're the ones that you shove into the textile mills and the factories because they're immigrants. They came here with nothing. They can't communicate as well because they don't necessarily speak English. So as a consequence, they will accept lower wages than people who have been here and have been educated here and so on and so forth. You always look for the weakest link. That's what they jump on. That's what they jump on. And now it's all international, right? Like, why build a domestic manufacturing base here in America where it's expensive to do so if you can go to Bangladesh and have them sew your clothes together? I mean, we do have illegal sweatshops over in Los Angeles, by the way, where they produce quite a bit of made in American clothing for people making like $5 a day. You get me. Today in my cultural anthropology class, we watched a video about a mine that makes the gravel for our yards, all manned by 8 to 12-year-old girls hauling rocks around. That sounds about right. Sorry, just looking at stuff. Do you think it's possible to break these world monopolies democratically? Oh, sure. There's plenty of stuff you could do policy-wise. You would just need to, the problem is that, like, you would need to accept, you would need to engage in a political push that Americans would not currently be willing to do, because Americans are fat, stupid, lazy, selfish, and evil. You would basically need to have an attitude towards worker advocacy that would rival that of like the Soviet Union or China in the 1950s, where you're like, it is our mission to aid the embattled worker everywhere, and with our wealth and our power, we will do so. And people cheer for it, you know? But Americans don't believe in anything, so not really happening right now. I mean, you know, Canada, out of spite, now wants to annihilate us. They're good for that. I thought it was out of self-defense, not spite. They kind of mix together. CDC tells about 180 fired employees to come back to work. Well, that's nice. I love my very competent fascist administration. The IRS is drafting plans to cut as much as half of its 90,000 person workforce, AP sources say. Maybe I shouldn't have filed this year. What difference would it make? Don't you get some money back? As a sole proprietor? No. The only reason people get money back is because their W-2s send them a portion of your estimated taxes along with every paycheck. And then you wrap that all up with a bow come every April. In my case, I just have a fat chunk of money, you know, sitting in the account, and then I throw it over at the IRS when it's time. Don't you pay double tax because you're self-employed? Up to a point, yeah. Oh, so that's why I don't get money back. Sole proprietary shit sucks. You know, when you get money back from the IRS, they're not giving you money, right? They're giving you a rebate because you overpaid for your taxes. You never get money from them unless, but I'm joking, I know. Okay. Just making sure. 538 is closing. Great, I'll need to aggregate my data somewhere else. There are so many people who think the rebate is actually fresh new cash from the government. It's insane. Yeah, it's the average American genuinely has no idea at all how taxes work. They'll be like, yay, got my tax rebate. Why are you getting a tax rebate at all? You shouldn't be getting a tax rebate. I mean, how much did you file? When you, like, how much did you pay the IRS in addition to the amount that was included within your W-2s? Did you throw more at them? Like, what was the rebate just like the consequence of the deductibles? Like, you didn't add any additional, it was the W-2 contributions, and the rest of it was just like you know, deductibles or whatever else, you're low income, so you benefited from some programs? That or how tax brackets work? Yeah, that's true. I like your funny words, Magic Man. How's your opinion on Associated Press? Associated Press is probably the best we have right now in terms of like neutral media to look at. Also, there's no paywall. You can just do it. And they're currently like embattled against the administration. How do other countries do taxes? I think I don't know. I mean, I just know that it's like less retarded than how we do it. Like they probably just, the government tells them, "Hey, this is how much you owe us. Also, you've already given us this because it was included with your nation's equivalent of the W-2. So, all good." Why doesn't our government just tell us what we owe them? They would, but they were like lobbied by TurboTax or whatever, so that you can pay money to a company to file your taxes for you. By the way, paying your own taxes is actually really easy, especially since most of you are not exactly in complicated financial situations. You have one W-2, you have some like additional 1099 income from the, you know, whole pics that you post on OF or whatever the fuck. I don't know, like the 1099 SEC, 1099K, 1099, whatever the fuck they file off of OnlyFans, okay? Like, it's not that complicated, you know? You can use the IRS free file. You can put that shit together 45 minutes. Didn't they kill Free File? No, Musk said he's killed Free File, but if he killed Free File, then he did a bad job of it because I free filed. Also, you don't normally have to fuck with the deductibles. because the standard deductible is almost always going to be more than all of your, like, a lot of people, they'll like save receipts and stuff, but like for depending on your income bracket, the standard deductible is almost certain. Like I made a couple of big clothing donations that totaled like $7,000 of stuff, not just clothes that I got since the fashion arc started, but like other people's and also old stuff that I had, like some suits that I don't fit in. Like it was a lot of stuff. And I marked it down for the year. And then I found that because of my income bracket, the standard deductible was still greater than all, like I went through that effort for nothing. I mean, I would have donated it, but I mean like keeping the receipts and stuff. So unless you're doing some really wacky shit deductible wise, like you're insane amounts of business expenses that aren't like part of a registered business or sole proprietorship, like you're just, it's like a cost or some like medical stuff or whatever, like you're usually fine on the, you know, standard deductible. You're a sole proprietor and you free file without a CPA. It's really not that hard. But like I have a guy look it over. Like that time you donated the money to the PCRF directly. God, that was stressful. Yeah. When the estimated tax bill for that year for 2021 was like, yeah, you owe $220,000. Please put this, just put the check in the bag. And I'm like, no, wait. No. Wait. Fucking had to listen, okay? I did a big donation. Do Americans pay taxes yearly? I mean, you can pay quarterly if you want, but yeah, most people pay yearly. The only real reason to do it quarterly is like if there's any back-end adjustments you want to make to your W-2 filings, or if you don't want to have, because the difficulty with being a sole proprietor and not having a W-2 that contributes for you is that in my case, for my taxes, I just have to have my savings account have a lump of money in it, and I have to just remember, like, that's probably the government's. That's probably, that's not really my savings. That's the government's, basically, you know? Put it in a different account than savings. Why would I do that when I could get 2% at minimum? Just dump that shit in a high yield savings account, you know? In a good year, you can get like a 4, 5, 6% off that, you know? Get a CD. Well, right now I'm not trusting any of these financial apparatuses, okay? Right now I'm building like the bean vault. There's no way you're getting 2% from a savings account. You can absolutely, yeah, you can get high yield. At the height of the, like in the most, I was seeing some savings account that, yeah, that was going, right now I'm seeing them around 4.5, but I've seen some that have come for like 6 at the height. But I think that one had some conditions to it. And it didn't last. It was 6% at the time, not 6% guaranteed over a given length of time, like with a CD. Crazy, up here in Canada, you get like 0.5%. Really? I can't imagine that's true. Not true. I get 4.5 with Canadian Bank. Yeah, what, like, there's no way 0.5 is the upper end on that, because that's lower than inflation is in Canada, like by a significant margin. Who would take that, you know? I found out that Canadians don't get fixed rate mortgages. What? Is that not a thing? Holy shit. And at their housing prices? So only like an elite aristocratic class gets to like own land there. That's wrong? Oh, okay. Misinfo from Tempest. It was fun to believe for a second, though. A lot of people here don't have fixed rates either. Yeah, but they should. is the thing. They should. Guy who goes for the variable rate mortgage in the year of our Lord 2025 as the tariff wars break out. Oh, man. Good luck. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, no, no. In Poland, you get 5 years of fixed mortgage. That's fucked up. That's not enough. Honestly, given the fact that inflation's almost certainly going to rise soon, I feel like now is the best time possible to dump that account. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, beans. You're going to want thousands of cans of beans. If I bought a car right now, I would just buy that shit in cash. I'm not buying a car because I'm not stupid. Because mine works. The one I already have works. But, like, the faster you can get rid of it, because I'm pretty sure past a point, you know, the highest of the high yield savings accounts are not going to be above inflation. The USA is the only country who did 30-year fixed because, okay, I'm not defending 30-year fixed mortgages, okay? Mortgages should be like 10 years. I think that's fine. 15. 30 years is insane. So you buy it at 30, you don't even own it fully until you're 60? That's insane. Like, I feel like I'm being lenient with a 15 there. Well, everyone has shitty incomes. Yeah, well, but the houses shouldn't be that expensive, man. No, we do Skynet. We have versions of that. 30 years is illegal in most countries because it breaks laws on interest payment to total cost ratio. Yeah, where it's fucking 29 years in, and you look back at the summary of your payments, and it's like, yeah, you know, 13% went to principal. Don't look at where the rest went. We got it. We finally bought our $1.2 million single bedroom house in an area that has gentrified, then experienced urban decay, then regentrified, and now it's back in the decay cycle. You know, in a West Coast city, and it only cost $9 million in interest to the bank. I think 10 years is fine. Obviously, it would also have to be like, you know, housing costs would have to lower. But yeah, 10 seems fine. How much? Okay, tell me this because I've never bought a car. How long do those normally go on for? Two to three, 5. 2 to 3, 5. 5 if you're fucked. 2 to 3 if you're well-to-do. I think I'm on a 6-year plan. Never mind, Alec Gunter. Forget I said anything. They range from 2 to 8 years. They've been going up to 8 to 10 years now. Oh no, 8 to no, here's my 120 month. You know, hey, listen, APR free the first 6 months. American banks have started offering mortgages on cars. It's so grim. It's so fucking grim. It fills me with despair whenever, you know, the Shop app, like a lot of online stores contract with them, and you'll see a thing online, and it'll be like, you can buy this for $8 or $2 a month over 4 months. The Shopify thing or whatever. Yeah, that shit is grim. The degree of like credit economy, it's unimaginable. You know, like the amount of how hard we've leaned into it. It's insane. Soon they're going to offer mortgages on PC. They're going to offer, yeah, you're going to have to get your like credit score checked before you go in for a big grocery visit. They're going to offer you pre-loan savings, you know, 6 weeks to pay it back. My PayPal offers me that now. Yeah, I've seen that. It's fucking grim. You can pay down loans earlier, saves on interest. Yeah, but like that's how they get you. Right? Like that's the point. Like yeah, you can pay it all immediately. But the whole point here is that it's a way of encouraging people to get things they don't need or to allow prices to rise to a point where you don't feel the burn immediately. It's way easier to protest an unjust system for its pricing when it's like you go to buy the groceries and the grocery guy is like, that's $500, and you're like, what the fuck? But then if you're like, well, no, actually it's not $500, you can put in a credit card, you can deal with it later, or you can only put $125 on your credit card and we will bill you the rest later with an additional surcharge. Mispayment leads to the accumulation of additional interest, etc., etc. And then it's like you abstract it more and more and more, you know? It's like it used to be let them eat cake, but now it's like actually provide, you know, 1/8 of a slice of cake to every French peasant on the condition that their grain levy in the future be slightly higher. It's like, just let people be mad at the injustice. Shit's too expensive. People aren't getting paid enough. Too much money's held at the top. The whole point of the credit economy, which America has more than any country on earth, by the way, the whole point of the credit economy is to abstract the degree of exploitation. So you're like, this is where you get this like American phenomenon, and this is a very American phenomenon, by the way, of people in the suburbs who have 2 nice new cars and a nice house, and they are broke. They make over $100,000 a year in that household, and almost all of it is going towards credit cards, interest payments, mortgage, car payments. And they feel poor. And you know what? They are poor. They don't have liquid currency. They are poor, but they don't live poor. And it's because they're idiots, but they're victims also of a system that past a point asked itself, how do we keep getting money out of people? How do we keep driving people into debt and making them like slaves essentially to their jobs in systems where plenty is already provided? You can get groceries pretty cheap, rice and beans, etc. Well, you have to incentivize people to spend beyond their means. How do you do that? Well, you build a bunch of really complicated systems that like will you it's like manipulative sales pricing. Right? Will you walk into a store and see a tea set for $80 and go, you know, yeah, I need that? Probably not. But if you go in there and it's like 320 marked down to 80, limited time only, last available, rare sales collection or whatever, maybe you run out with that because you're like, oh, wow, I got it at a discount. Maybe you wouldn't just buy a second car with cash because you don't have that cash. But maybe if the second car's like, no, you don't get it. You finance it, you pay it over 6 years, 72-month car loan, 0 APR for the first 18 months, and payments don't even start until month 7. And then it's like, wow, so we get like a free car for 6 months, basically. Well, 6 months from now, I should get that promotion at work, and I won't have to deal with the medical bill anymore, so that'll be done with. Yeah, 6 months from now, I could probably easily fit this car payment into my financial, you know, my financial system. And in fact, getting the car now might actually help us make money, because then I wouldn't have to share the car with my wife. She could go out and do errands, and I could go out and do some work stuff while she's doing errands, meaning I would no longer have to take it at half day for when our kid like finishes in the soccer game early. You know, I could actually, this would be a really good idea. And then 7 months later, everything's just as bad as it was before or worse, and now you're paying for the fucking car again. You get me? You understand? That's the point of this. It's just a way, it's just a bunch of psychological tricks and incentive structures designed to fuck you. How does a whole country become so terrible at managing money? Don't think of it that way, okay? That's like asking, how does a whole planet get so fat? Dog, the smartest biological engineers in the world are making your food higher calorie and addictive. Like, you're losing the fight for visible abs, but you're losing against powerful soldiers of Kellogg's, you know? You're not just losing against your own willpower. There is an enemy, and they are smart. And likewise, with financial management literally used to be, you have the money in your bank account, or maybe even like in a box, and you have the bills. Now it's this nightmarish labyrinth. People are like, yo, you seriously telling me you put that hotel payment on your cash back card rather than on your like business travel access card that you could have gotten 5 times points on, which you then could have applied towards the credit card specific partnered brands if you go through their service? You're telling me you missed out on extra miles for this shit? Are you fucking kidding me? Bro, you're a joker. You show this shit back to like the average financially responsible family in 1945 and they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Isn't it just money? The point is to numb your mind. Are Americans not taught financial management in school at all? Are you not listening to what I'm saying at all? What you could teach this to like an 8th grader? Hey, listen up, 8th graders. You can actually save like a shocking amount of money every year if you have multiple credit cards, always keep them paid off, but always put stuff on them because you get benefits. And the reason you get benefits for putting money on them is because that way your money is runs the risk of accumulating interest, and the bank wants you to trip up and accumulate interest, but you can't let them, and you have multiple credit cards to cycle out what you get optimal points for. Like, are you going to teach this to an 8th grader? And all the system's going to be different by the time they graduate. You know? You have to put shit in the credit cards, otherwise your fucking credit score is not going to go up. And if your credit score is not going up, they're not going to let you get a damn house or a car or any business loans in the future. How does it work in other countries? Do you have the money in your account? Yes? Okay, there you go. There's one sandwich for €4. They don't have credit scores, and they barely use their credit cards. Americans love their credit card debt. Not so much in other countries comparably. Are credit cards not a thing? The insane system of incentivizations that we have to manipulate you into incurring debt is not as common over there. Like there's an element of it, but they have much better like consumer protections. The EU in general has a lot of consumer protections. So this is special to America? Yes. Wait, you need to use credit cards to get your credit score up? Yep. You have to. If you, as an adult, never get a credit card, you're kind of fucked in America when it comes time to, like, do a lot of stuff. Renting, sometimes they'll check your credit score. You have to build up a credit history. You're literally punished for being too good with money because that means you're not a very profitable customer. Yeah, the best way to manage your credit score is to just buy literally everything on a credit card and always pay it off, but never don't use it. It's good to pay off your credit card debt, but it's bad to leave it with no debt. Like you want the credit card to be actively used. Yeah, pay it off in full. That sounds like fraud. That's just using a credit card. It's normally that's what you should be doing. You don't want to leave stuff on there because then it accumulates interest. So what if I build a good credit card history, then close the credit card account? Well, you would close the card, presumably. Then your credit score would begin to decay over time. Because you no longer have an open line of credit. I just keep my monthly phone bill on it and pay it off like normal. Yeah, no, you could just, I would say just dump as much onto it as possible. All the FICO score cares about is access to credit. They don't care if you use it. This is a myth taught by credit companies to trick people into leaving a balance. You can open credit cards, not use them. It's the same as paying them off. I don't know if that's true. All I will say is, and this is the most harmful myth, you do not need to let a balance accumulate on your card. If you have any amount of money charged on your card, any like your line of credit, there's anything on that, pay that shit off. You do not need to leave that there. I don't know how, to what extent like the overuse is necessary, but in my case, and in most people's cases, you know, you get points for using your credit card, like 2% cash back or whatever, you know? And then you get like, if you put everything in the, like if you have, if you put like utilities on your debit, it's like, okay, they take the money. You put utilities on the credit, maybe you get 2% back. And it's like, okay, how much is utilities altogether? What, if like 500 or something altogether? I don't fucking know. It depends on where you are, right? That means you get a sweet 10 buckaroonies. Yay. $500 for utilities? I don't know, like so-and-so for internet, gas, water, electricity. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, don't ever do the minimum payment. So is it bad to just pay back the minimum? Well, yeah, because then the interest accumulates. If you ever have any remaining balance on it past the interest period, the month closes, then that you get charged interest on it. Because credit cards have generally very high interest, you know, that shit balloons. The minimum payment is bullshit, by the way. The reason why you can have 4,372 bucks on a card and they're like minimum payment by X date, 15 bucks, is because they want to charge you interest on the remaining, you know, $4,000. Why even have a minimum payment? To trick you into only paying it. That's literally the reason why. To make you think, oh, I need to make the minimum. Okay. So you get charged interest on the rest. That's it. That's literally the only reason why. They're evil. But if you don't pay off at least the minimum payment, then that hurts your credit score. Well, you should pay all of it off, is my point. I'm not saying don't pay the minimum. I'm saying pay the maximum. How do you know so much about finances? I'm 31 years old. It's not that any of this stuff is really that complicated once you like take a second to learn. It's like learning how to file your taxes. If you, okay, it depends on how you want to learn it, right? Because if you're like, you know, I want to learn how to file my taxes. How does the American tax system work? I know how I'm going to learn this. I'm just going to look at all of the forms that you can file to the IRS and see which ones apply to me. That's how you end up like the monkey who learns about the median voter, okay? Instead, you just do a bit of Google foo or whatever, and you're like, you know, hey, I'm a single filer. I got a W-2. I have some deductibles. What forms are relevant to me? It turns out it's like seven forms, right? It's like nothing. It's like 7 out of 500, maybe. It's not that complicated. Likewise, with the financial stuff, most of it's just reading the fine print a little bit, you know? It's definitely less complicated than your favorite JRPG. Vosh, the industry term for people who pay off their balances in full each month is freeloaders. That pretty much tells you all you need to know. I love freeloading. I love my 2% cash back, never paying a dime of interest on my massive upper limit credit card because I put everything on it. So the bank is like, man, this guy's putting shit in his credit card that we didn't even think was possible. He's putting the flights, he's putting holy shit. He's just for fun. He's just charging stuff to the card for fun. What are we going to do? Raise the limit. Let him fucking charge $20,000, $25,000, $30,000 limit, whatever. Let's see. Maybe he'll buy a house off of it. And then I don't ever let a single cent of interest accumulate. No matter what gets put on there, I just know there's some fucking greedy motherfucker down there at the bank who's like, they're seeing the balance on the card go up and up and up, and we're getting closer to the pay period, and he's like, finally, it's going to be like 16K. We're going to see that interest finally accumulate. Please, God, let it. And then 1 hour before the pay period. Nope, fucking paid in full. Sometimes I show up at the bank with a suitcase full of cash just to pay down the balance, just so I can see the disappointment. You know? I walk in there. I'm like, hey, I'd like to put down the balance on my credit account. They're thinking like he's doing this in person. This guy has to be some kind of like insane person. They take a look at the balance, 16, 18, whatever the fuck thousand. They're like, oh my goodness. Okay, how much would you like to put down on that? And I start pulling out the ones. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, it's a double RL canvas bag with leather straps, by the way. Do you like the sandalwood oil they put? Okay, hold on. How many hours left until the pay period finishes? Okay, we have time. Just barely, though. 3 hours. Okay. Hate the bank. However much you hate the banks, you don't hate them enough. All right. Wasn't I supposed to be like doing segments? Should I hate credit unions too? I actually don't know much about credit unions. There might be some good shit to fuck with there. I just haven't. It's just a gap in my knowledge, you know? Don't know that much about it. Oh, isn't this thing just cute? I like the stripe. Yeah, the stripe's wool. The jacket's linen. Is it thrifted? Yeah, it's a vintage Pendleton. I really like Western wear. What's the lowest you can pay on your credit card balance without being charged interest, if not the minimum? All of it. You have to pay all of it. There might be some exceptions with some cards, but if you have a cent in there, linen jacket, that's crazy. Love it. Yeah, it's especially good for me because I always wear a jacket. No matter how warm it is, I want a jacket. I just like having pockets. So having like really light linen jackets that I can wear even in the warm months means a lot to me, you know? How do you pay it off through your savings? Okay, now we're getting back to real brass tacks. With money. You pay it off with money in your bank. Like savings, sure. What if I don't have the money? That is a real problem. Have you considered spending less? not saying it's your fault, just saying sometimes people do need to spend less money. Remember, the whole point of this fucked up system is to trick you guys into spending more money, and that includes your DoorDash app giving you a notification that your $3.99 like delivery charge has been cut down to 0 for a limited time offer only on the Mexican place near your house. You know, like you can persevere. That would get me, though. I know. If you have credit card debt, you should be doing everything you can to pay it off. Yeah, 100%. If you have any credit card debt, that is the amount of negative money you have. And if you get more money in your bank account, no, you didn't, because you just put it into the credit card balance. Like, pay it off immediately. Pay everything off immediately. God, especially the credit card debt, okay? Mortgage and car payment is one thing. But, like, yeah, don't spend money you don't have. If you have debt, you don't have money. And, yeah, credit card debt's the worst debt to have. Outside of, like, payday loans or whatever. I have over $15,000 in credit card debt, and you're a white name. So in that respect, at least, you're doing what's right. Oh my God, change topics, please. All right, hold on a second. You've made yourself the main character here. Can we please stop talking about credit? Makes my stomach churn thinking of all the debt. Oh, you look fantastic in that jacket, handsome winky face. I mean, just kill me already. I'm having a coronary fever over here. Thanks for the reminder. Haha, I'm not the only one who doesn't want to be reminded of their debt. Oh my fucking God, please change topics, please. What do you want from me? It's this, or, oh, do you want to go back to the other topic, which is that my country is rapidly plummeting into fascism? Yeah, let's go to the fun topic. Listen, all I'm saying is that these times will ask a lot of you guys. I just want you to not lose money on stupid shit, okay? Losing money on alcohol and weed, delivery, you know, food, fucking stupid bullshit, poor self-control, goddamn credit card debt. Nice, ornithopter. What about student loan debt? Well, thankfully, student loan debt, depending on where you got your loans from, is low interest. I mean, what is it? Like, it's like 2.5? Or is it 2.225? What's the... It's got 2s and 5s in it. The, you know, federal... Bosh, you're literally sounding like the same neoliberal folks on the subject that have given us 40 years of austerity. You're right, sorry, I'll be more of a socialist about this. Put lots of money on your card and then go into debt and go broke and die. Okay, there we go. Sorry, my apologies. I apologize for not approaching this with the proper ideological framing. You should waste all of your money and then die miserable. Sorry, there we go. Now we're... I was being undialectical. It was my fault. Go into debt. Give lots of money to the banks. Why not? Do most people just have a spending problem? In the same way that most people have an eating problem. It's not like people have gotten weaker over the past 50 years. It's that very smart, very evil people have designed both food and finance to incentivize bad behavior. You don't have student loans? No, I do, but I'm not paying that shit back right now. Are you fucking kidding me? We're about to go through, we've already went through Bidenflation, which was great, because now the value of my debt is lower, like, relative to the dollar, you know? And now we're about to go through Trumpflation, you know? $20,000 in student debt? Give it a few years, that shit's gonna be worth like 2 Twix bars at the grocery store, you know? I'll pay it off, Mr. Government. I'll pay it off. But no, not in 20,000 2025 USD, okay? But in 2020 20,000 2027 USD, which is worth approximately as much as 1 Kit Kat bar. Bag of chips and a piece of string. Classic. I'll pay him back in beans. All right. Let's move on a little bit. Okay. I have to admit, this one's kind of an unknown to me. I don't really understand what's going on. The only thing that I know is that I find it funny, which is really the main thing that matters to me. As you guys know, thanks to anonymous political pressure, the source of which hasn't been disclosed, the Romanian government has loosened its rules on the travel of the Tate brothers and allowed them to come over here to the United States. They immediately went over to Florida. And then right after they went over to Florida, Ron DeSantis, presumably embittered after it's been concretely decided that he will not be usurping Trump as the, favored darling of the, of the right wing, said he kind of fucking hates Tate. And now a criminal investigation has opened against both of the brothers from the Florida AG. I don't know what's going on here.
This morning, prosecutors here in Florida opening a criminal investigation into brothers Andrew and Tristan Tate.
The online influencers arrived to Fort Lauderdale last week after years in Romania, where they face serious charges, including sex trafficking of women. Local 10's Alexis Frazier is in studio this morning with the update.
Well, Eric and Alex, Andrew Tate, he took to X to say he was disappointed by the development after he and his brother were allowed to leave Romania following their 2022 arrest. Well, the brothers, they touched down in Fort Lauderdale last week to the surprise of many, including our state governor, who says the pair is not welcomed here. This morning, Florida's Attorney General opening a criminal investigation into American brothers Andrew and Tristan Tate, who are charged with human trafficking in Europe. The Florida AG saying, based on a thorough review of the evidence, I've directed the Office of Statewide Prosecution to execute search warrants and issue subpoenas in the now active criminal investigation into the Tate brothers.
If this ends up playing out well, this would actually be allowing Tristan and Andrew Tate to come over here to America would actually be the first anti-sex trafficking and anti-pedophilia move of the Trump administration. You know? I got really excited to execute. Florida has the death penalty for pedophiles, and Andrew Tate has been very credibly accused of child sex trafficking. Ron DeSantis is attacking me because he was worried I would support Byron Donalds over his wife, knowing I have monumental political weight and trust our commander-in-chief, President Trump's recommendations completely. Sucking up to Trump, hoping it'll get him out of trouble. It might. They attacked me to prevent me from destroying his wife's political ambitions. Interestingly, I had no interest in Floridian politics till I learned how communist the DeSantis administration is. The game is on. So Andrew Tate is just an influencer. He's completely fallen from grace in terms of like holding people's attention, you know? So he'll try to get as much attention as he can out of this. I genuinely don't understand why this is happening outside of Ron DeSantis just personally dislikes him. Yeah, Trump might still bail him out.
The current Attorney General of Florida has announced he's opened a criminal investigation against Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan because in Romania, where they just came to Florida from, there were charges of rape, sex with minor, and
sorry, I had a cross video.
Trafficking, human trafficking. Do you support the Attorney General's actions here?
I do. I think those allegations have to be fully investigated, and then we go from there. The key thing is we don't tolerate the trafficking of women or, frankly, the abuse of women. We do not tolerate that. So if the Attorney General finds cause under Florida law to investigate that, then I wish him the best, and I support whatever he's going to do on that matter.
Are Andrew and Tristan Tate welcome in Florida?
No, quite frankly not. Because if you listen to some of the dialogue, I find it to be demeaning and disgusting. That's not about being an alpha male. It's not about being a strong man. What they stand for, in my view, is something totally different.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I feel like this is literally just a knockout, drag out beef, right? Like, the only reason this is happening is because of Ron DeSantis's go-ahead, right? It's being fronted by the Florida AG. And the only reason Ron DeSantis would suddenly get really sanctimonious about a child sex trafficker, which that's the whole fucking federal government right now, okay? Like, oh, now you care? I literally think it's just, for one, Tate is very personally unlikable. Like, he's just not, like, just in general, he's a detestable person, you know? Like, he's so brazen and proud of being a bad person. He's so rancid that he might just be like an easier target. I could legitimately see a person rationalize their way out of Trump being friends with Epstein, but still fucking despise Andrew Tate. That's very easy for me to imagine, you know? And I think that to a large extent, Ron DeSantis is probably more willing to be belligerent in this respect with regards to like the wishes of the Trump administration. Probably because he's upset that he's been kind of shafted by the GOP. Might this be a distraction for something else? I don't think so. Just like, think about what this means. Like, okay, the Trump administration directly petitioned Romania to allow Tristan and Andrew Tate to come over to America, right? Who else would? What else? What other entity is strong enough to pressure the Romanian justice system, a sovereign nation, to allow somebody under investigation to travel freely to another country? And then the Tate brothers go over there, and immediately Ron DeSantis is like, actually, I fucking hate you. You're under investigation. You're going to jail again. And it's like, what? That's really funny. That's pretty based. Yeah, critical support, huh? Gotta take what you can, you know? Yeah, Ron DeSantis said the Tate brothers aren't welcome in Florida, which is, I mean, imagine falling below the moral standard of, Floridians. And here's the AG, who is way younger than I thought he would be.
Yeah, look, these guys have themselves publicly admitted to participating in what very much appears to be soliciting, trafficking, preying upon women around the world. Many of these victims coming forward, some of them minors, people can spin or defend however they want. But in Florida, this type of behavior is viewed as atrocious.
Guys, the camera's not focused. This is probably only because Tate isn't a Zion-Nazi. Oh, do you think it's because Tate's Muslim? They're like, well, hold on a second, okay? We can tolerate our child sex traffickers as long as they're buck-toothed nerds like Matt Gaetz. But if you're a fucking goddamn jihadist,
we're not going to accept it. They chose to come here and set their feet down in this state, and we're going to pursue
not to tear into your theory, but it's not that hard to apply pressure on the Romanian justice system. You're right. I did. The way I said that did kind of imply that that's a very hard bar to clear. You know? In actuality, the Tate brothers were released because a 10-year-old fan of Tate's in America wrote a letter
every tool we have within our legal authority to hold them accountable. So we are in the process today. We have secured and executed subpoenas and warrants, and we're going to continue to move forward with full force of law. This is an ongoing criminal investigation, and we're going to use every tool we have to ensure that justice is served.
Do you open a criminal investigation?
There is an active criminal investigation, yes.
Do you believe that can you give me any details of what?
I can't comment on a pending investigation, but what I can tell you is if these guys did criminal activity here in Florida, we will go after them with the full force of law and hold them accountable.
Nice. Andrew Tate's been posting through it. Absolute communism. I've been in America for 5 days. I sat on my laptop and did a podcast. Insanity. I'm super disappointed in the United States. This isn't the America I know. This is a sad, sad day for America. Trying to find crimes on an innocent man. I'm not afraid. I'm genuinely just disappointed. Why does he sound like a woman? I'm not doing the like tactical reflexive sexism thing. Like that's, I'm not afraid. I'm just disappointed. It's just very... That's not a Tate impression, I'm sorry to say. I actually haven't heard Tate in so long, and I'm not going to listen to him again to, like, you know, re-up my perception. That's Adam Driver, dude? Sounds like Lumpy Space Princess. Okay, okay. All right, all right. It is crazy how washed he is. Do you have any idea how far Tate could have gotten tweeting after a criminal investigation in Florida was opened up against him in 2023, just 2 years ago? This would have like 400,000 likes. They run through their guys really quickly, you know? Absolute communism, or however it's said. However one might say that. He fell off since the pizza incident. It was a big turning point. And half of it is from outside the USA and bots? Yeah, likely. Anyway, it's funny. Critical support to Ron DeSantis, I guess. I don't know. It's just funny to get, like, sometimes you get very, like, occasional selective reminders that the main reason Republican officials tolerate all evil and encourage all evil is because it's politically expedient. But sometimes little bits of it slip through. You know what I mean? Like, you find something they're genuinely indignant on. Like an example being during Trump's speech the other day, he echoed something that Melania was talking about prior, which was revenge porn. Melania was pushing for like a federal bill targeting like people who spread revenge porn, you know? So the idea of like Donald Trump, friend of Epstein, and he's like, you know, we got to get this, you can't take pictures of women without their consent. You certainly can't share it to your friends. It's ridiculous. People, they're taking photos without the consent of women. It makes me sick. You know, and then you, the friend of Epstein, right? It's just funny. I don't know. It's funny. You have to take the ha-has when you can, you know. Did that really happen? I mean, I paraphrased. They were talking about deep faking though, right? Yeah, but deep faking a person's nudes is basically the same as leaking their nudes now. Like now that AI has gotten that good, it's not even deep faking now. It's just AI, right? Like it's basically the same thing. I wonder, do you think the prominence of AI is going to make the shame of having your nudes leaked less bad because everyone will just assume it's AI anyway? Because if I was like growing up now, it's got to be like, if that shit happens or whatever, like high school drama shit or something, and it's like, oh, like, what's the go-to response, you know? That's not me, that's AI. Probably true. As a woman, no. Okay. Okay. All right. Hit me with that one, why don't you? Sorry? Never apologize to a man, Queen. It's not about the picture, though. It's about being exposed and the humiliation from how people react. Well, yeah, of course. But I think that it probably lessens the bite a little bit if everyone just assumes that it's AI, right? Not like a huge amount, just a little bit. Not at all. I guess I'm just thinking of, like, what if you're in a country like, I don't know, Iraq, right? Where, like, if there was a girl there and you distributed nudes of her, and, like, that motherfucker's life is over. You know, like, at any point. Like, that's just, like, so far. But, like, 20 years from now, even in a conservative country, you know, like, Islamists, whatever, they still have women wearing hijabs, you know. And you can just be like when it's as easy, you literally type into Chat GPT, like, here, picture of person, but naked big boobies. And then you get that and you run about with it. It's like eventually you have to develop a social immunity to it, because otherwise they're going to stone all of their women to death. Like, there's no way society doesn't adapt to this development, because otherwise it's like, oh, we're going to have to kill all of our women now. Because they're all, you've got, like, literally people out here typing, like, you know, girl from my neighborhood, naked, surrounded by naked white men, American flag tattoos, woman holding signs saying, I hate my people, punch it. And then, like, you just do that to every woman you don't like, and now all of them are dead from being stoned to death or something. I don't think this works. You have to, eventually there will be a social, it's like how we are rapidly approaching like a threshold in government where we just have to accept that past a point, a significant portion of all elected officials are going to have really embarrassing internet search histories, leaked nudes, photos of them from MySpace where they're flexing in the mirror and they're like 110 pounds soaking wet and they have, like, seen hair or something. Like, you past a point, like, it's just an inevitable, you know what I mean? What you're talking about will never happen under Trump. I'm not talking about Trump. I'm just talking about, like, the increasing availability of AI to spread misinformation about people. It should still not be normalized. I'm not talking about normalizing it. Well, you don't disingenuously respond to an argument that I haven't fronted and thereby implying I'm making the argument that I haven't. I'm not normalizing it. I'm the most anti-AI guy there is, okay? Do I want to make myself angry for no reason? Chuck Schumer reacts to Democrats holding signs walking out of Trump address. Okay.
In his speech last night before the nation, President Trump did talk about tariffs and acknowledged that Americans may feel some pain. Listen.
Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much.
All right, with us now is the Senate Minority Leader, Senator Chuck Schumer from New York. Senator, thank you so much for being with us. You heard the president talking about tariffs last night. What was your takeaway?
I want to point out, he looks awful. Why does he look? He looks like the damn Crypt Keeper. Why does he look like that? How is he greasy? How is his face facing forward, but his glasses are tilted 45 degrees down?
What do you think will happen in the next few days or weeks?
Well, good morning, John. It's good to be on with you. Look, the number one issue that the American people want us to work on is costs, rising costs of food and of housing and of gas and of cars and of everything else.
Also, this is not true. This is only something you believe if you get your information from like polling data. What American people really want is a narrative, a big, triumphant, celebratory, democratic comeback story to take the country back from the lunatics that have stolen the federal government. Like, if you ask people in polling data and all you rely on is polling data, but you never actually talk to people, that's the information that you get. What people want is an actual opposition. Can you check off the boxes on this list to tell us what you're most concerned about? Actually, just mark it 1, 2, 3, and we'll go by like your first, second, and third highest priorities. And that's what we're going to use. That's politics. That's how politics works. It's not like there's any recent history of a politician doing exceptionally well in spite of not directly tackling the needs of the American people. Can you imagine if Donald Trump did this? Donald Trump, it's like 2016, and he looks at like what people are concerned with, and it's like, he's like, oh, people aren't concerned with immigration that much. Okay, I won't talk about it. And then he loses. You make the narrative, man.
Tariffs will raise the costs. The kind of tariffs the president proposed on Canada, Mexico, China will raise the cost for the average American family by $2,000. So that is exactly the wrong.
Also, this way of describing the influence of tariffs is so fucking brain dead. It's so liberal pilled. It's so like aggregate data pilled, you know? What the fuck do you mean? Raise the average costs by 2,000 for what? Tomatoes? What do you mean? Oh, like you go to the store and they add an additional 2,000? No, say everything is going to get more expensive. In this modern interconnected economy, everything, your grocery store, the clothes that you buy, everything. But they do this like, it's rather than giving you the argument, they're giving you the like numerical total at the end of the study the argument should be pulling from. You know what I mean?
Prescription for what we need. It will raise the cost not just of a few things, but of things across the board, of food, of gasoline, cars. 40% of our cars.
Also, sorry, I should have added this. You have to say it like charismatically.
The materials in our cars are made in Canada, and cars are part of the Midwest economy that's so important. It's the economy in lots of places in the country, and those costs are going to go way up. It's going to be even hard to make cars.
It's so fucking boring. Yeah, how can we believe that Democrats believe that Trump is a fascist when they talk about his economic policy the same way they've talked about everything ever in their entire lives? You're telling me that the house is on fire? Then why are you just standing here in the living room nonchalantly informing me? I would assume that if I'm in a house and a guy runs down from the second floor yelling, "Holy shit, the house is on fire! Get out, get out, get out!" I would run out the door. I would trust that person. If they instead walked down the stairs and said, "Just to let you know, the house is on fire," I would not immediately run. I would need follow-up information on that. I wouldn't necessarily trust them, to be honest. I'd be confused. No, mother, that's just the Northern Lights. Exactly.
With these tariffs on Canada. So this is an outrageous policy that hurts the American people. And you ask the American people are asking, why is he doing this? Well, I'll tell you why he's doing it. They want to give tax breaks to their billionaire buddies, and they're trying to find ways to pay for it. One way is by cutting Medicaid. That's very unpopular. Another way is calling Social Security a Ponzi scheme. That's very unpopular. And so they're looking for tariffs, but it's even worse. And so I think this is something the American...
Also a critical thing Democrats are missing. So, for one, you don't come across as very sincere about the whole they want to cut taxes for the billionaire class when you're Chuck Schumer. Sorry, Bernie can say it, you can't. Literally. That's it. You earn people's trust. You don't have my trust. I don't believe you. Secondly, and this is perhaps the more important one, you need a narrative. You can't just say, oh, he wants to cut taxes for the wealthy. No shit, dumbass. He said that. That's his fucking policy. He already did back in 2017. He said he's going to re-up the tax cuts. That's not a secret. You have to say he hates you. He wants to cut these programs to save money so that he can give it to the billionaire class because he hates you. He doesn't care what happens to you. He doesn't care how much you suffer. He doesn't care about anything that happens to you.
People will vehemently oppose, and I think there are going to be a lot of Republican senators and congressmen, they've been grumbling under their breath, but who are going to have to come out against this plan.
And yet, they haven't. They were able to get the goddamn budget framework bill through the House when they have a 3-seat lead over Democrats. They are so lockstep that they were able to get that done despite the grumbling.
Which is unthought out, which doesn't look at the dire consequences to raising the cost of the American people. Also, they can give tax.
Also, unthought out? Who the fuck cares? Oh, well, at least a different Hitler would have dotted the I's and crossed the T's. What are you talking about? Unthought out? And I despise this insistence on their part of the idea that the moderate Republicans in the House and Senate are just yearning for the opportunity to break free of Trump, assert themselves once again, and everything can go back to normal. Once Trump is gone, everything will go back to normal. It's all the same party. It's all the same party. They're all doing the same things. Back in the 60s, Truman got asked about Nixon and told the reporter that anyone who voted for Nixon was going to hell. America used to be a real country. Republicans still do it. It's still a real country for the Republicans. You put a microphone in front of a Republican and you're like, why should people vote for you? And they'll be like, well, my opponent, the Democrat, is a pedophile and will go to hell and should die. And that's their answer.
Breaks to their billionaire buddies.
One bit of breaking news on the tariff front. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is doing an interview just a few minutes ago with Bloomberg, where he seemed to back off. Yesterday, he claimed that President Trump may be willing to meet in the middle with Canada and Mexico, maybe retreating now this morning from that, saying maybe some accommodation could be reached on
this is nonsense. Don't listen to this.
Autos alone, but we'll have to wait and see how that develops a little bit more over the next few minutes.
But John, you know what this says? And it's typical of all of Trump's speech. It is so unthought out. It's sloganeering. It's partisan. In many instances, it was nasty.
Oh, the Hitler didn't dot his I's and cross his T's. Americans, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? This hinge on the door leading into Auschwitz is squeaky. These clowns can't even oil their doors properly. It's partisan. Everyone look, look, look. Hitler's being mean. Stay moisturized, people.
You know, you got more truth in Alyssa Slotkin's response in 5 minutes than you got in 100 minutes of Donald Trump's long dialogue. And so they don't think these things out. So they say one thing one day and one thing the next day. But he said he's sticking with tariffs, and that's going to be bad for the pocketbooks of American families.
You called it nasty. It was like 4 minutes into the speech when Congressman Al Green was yelling at the podium and he was escorted out. What was going through your head as you heard the congressman yelling?
Well, look, the bottom line is lots of people are frustrated, but the best way to protest what Trump is doing what we are doing, and many senators and many...
I might have to, and I'm not joking, I legitimately might have to just not say anything. I might just have to not say anything. You can read from that whatever you want.
Many congressmen are doing, and that is organizing against these horrible policies of calling Social Security a Ponzi scheme and then slashing
would you rather that Congressman
So here's
Green,
what we're, John, here's what we're doing.
Would you rather that he not yell?
Here, let me just say, the best answer, in my judgment, is to organize. So I put a call together last week with our activists. I thought 300-400 people would get on the phone. 3,000 people got on the phone. And what we all decided was we're going to focus our energy on the 6 Republican Congress members from New York, because they hold the key to stopping these horrible policies. As you know, in the House, all you need 1 or 2. In the Senate, you need 3 or 4. We don't have Republican senators in New York, but in other states there are. And the best way to organize and protest is to organize. Organizing is hard, but it's effective, and that's what we're doing.
Well, let me ask a different way. Would you rather...
I will say, I looking back on my career, I don't regret any of the electoral advocacy that I've engaged in. In spite of everything, we've done a lot of good. Progressive Victory has done a lot of good. And I do think that had Kamala Harris won, the internal contradictions may not have been addressed, but it would certainly have been better than whatever this is, for right now, at least, you know, so on and so forth. I don't regret my decision-making. However, never am I more sympathetic to the anarchists than right now. The idea that any attempt to participate within this apparatus is designed to be a dead end. It's designed to waste your time. It's a labyrinth that you can prevail in the context of the labyrinth, but you can't escape it. There's one exit, and it's the entrance you took. You can get strong in the labyrinth, you're still in the labyrinth. When you leave, that's when you win. Now, I don't actually think that's true. I think that it's actually essential, especially in a nation that's as captured as this one, to leverage the attention that you get from within the labyrinth to empower yourself in the future. You know, I think that the strength you build within the labyrinth, you can escape it and take that strength outside of it. I think you can find a cool sword and shield and like a hat with a horn on it that gives you lightning damage on your melee attacks, and then leave the labyrinth holding those things. I do think there's value in entering the labyrinth. But at the entrance to the labyrinth, there are people like, I don't know, Zoe Baker being like, hey, you really want to go in again? And Zoe Baker looks at me, and I stoically remove my Kamala Harris 2024 hat, revealing underneath it the Joe Biden 2020 hat. And I remove that, and underneath that is the Bernie Sanders 2020 hat. And I remove that one, and underneath that one is the Hillary Clinton 2016 hat. And then I remove that one, and it's the Bernie 2016 hat. And then I remove that hat. And finally, I am unhatted, and I say, this time it'll work. This time for sure. And I go right back in there.
See Democrats more in line with what Senator...
And I immediately get flattened by a boulder trap. But you know what? That lightning helm is in here somewhere.
Alyssa Slotkin was saying, or more in line with what Congressman Al Green and people holding signs in the audience were doing last night?
Look, I thought Alyssa Slotkin, I chose her because she is such one of our rising stars from the Midwest.
Former CIA agent neocon defended Reagan in the level of just unimaginable contempt that you would need to have for the voters and for the left and so on to talk about her like that and not any other person, basically. He really hates you. And me. He really hates us. He really does. He really does. And his tie is not on straight.
Race, knows how to talk to average folks, to working families, and she did a great job. And I think, again, the American people got more truth in 5 minutes of her speech than with all the lies, with all the misconceptions, with all the things that were departing from reality. When Donald Trump's
it's very important to remember that when I levy these criticisms against the Democrats, I'm not doing it because I am to their left. I could levy plenty of criticisms against them because I am to their left, because I disagree with them, their positions, their policies, their arguments. But I am just talking about basic political competency here. The arguments that I've made aren't about like, well, why aren't you in favor of Medicare for all then? Wouldn't that attract votes? Which, like, the Democrats could find a way to fuck that up too, okay? It's not about the policies or even the arguments. It's just about very, very, very basic read the room style politics. You know, it's like, yeah, it's the method. It's not even about me being to their left. I would still have every criticism I have offered if I was to their right. If I was to the right of Chuck Schumer, everything that I've said would still apply. All the criticisms that I've levied here, they would still apply. I think it's plain to see, and you can see this easily watching this. This is like a fucking prophylactic against voting for Democrats. Like, watching this, it's so easy. Why don't people vote for Democrats even if they disagree with Republican policies? Watches Chuck Schumer talk on TV. Oh, that's why. That's how somehow people vote against their interests. There we go.
Says he's the greatest president after 30 days of chaos and hurting people since George Washington. Give me a break.
You, of course, were one of many Democratic senators who voted to confirm Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. We just got word this morning that Jim Sciutto and others are reporting that intelligence sharing was curtailed, at least in part, with Ukraine. CIA Director John Ratcliffe seemed to suggest that it had been curtailed, maybe now won't be. What's your view of that? And B, do you regret your vote to confirm Marco Rubio as Secretary of State?
Okay, so first let me say what you brought up just portrays one of the many, many problems, huge problems with this administration. They don't even, one day they say one thing, one day they say the next thing. I don't even know if the president knows what these folks are doing. So
what an incredible takedown. What a fucking wordsmith. Do you ever kind of get like mind boggled a little bit at the fact that the job of a politician is to be popular and the Democrats have forgotten that? They're like the only people that have forgotten this. It's the liberal mind virus where there's a shift where in a democracy, a politician should be popular because that's how you get voted in. And they forget that because they get kind of used to winning in the safe blue districts. So then it's like, well, your job isn't to be popular because your victory is kind of guaranteed after the primary. In reality, your job is to be a competent administrator, a technocratic, manager of the affairs of state. And then you see that in full force whenever Democrats are questioned on anything because they bluster and they're like, I don't get it. Republicans, they break the rules. They don't make any sense. They lie all the time. Why do people vote for them? Well, because they like Trump, and no one likes you. No one likes you, Chuck. No one likes him. No one cares. No one's out there wearing Chuck Schumer hats. No one's out there thinking Chuck Schumer's out there protecting their family. The most people like Chuck Schumer get are, safe district, establishment Democrats who are happy because they think he's like a competent suit and tie kind of guy. Okay, he's holding it together. Like, they'll vote for him, sure, because he's like the guy. They recognize his name. They might be not that, like, tuned in, really. But no one's out there wearing a damn Schumer hat. They've forgotten what it means to fight for your survival. They've forgotten the essence of politics, which is power and violence. And that all of this All of these apparatuses are just ways of keeping the power while toning down the violence. All of this, the whole thing, it's the movement of billions of people and trillions of dollars. People will stab you over your wallet, okay? The whole point of this is to tone down the violence, keep it a bit civil. But it underlies the system. People will fight. They will kill. They will start wars. They will wage class wars to protect their interests. They've lost that. They don't have the hunger.
They talk about we're going to cut off intelligence. We're not. It's a huge mistake to cut off intelligence. Huge mistake. The Ukrainians need it. The collaboration between America and Ukraine has proven to be very, very effective. The one person who's happy that we might cut off intelligence to Ukraine is Vladimir Putin, this bully, this dictator who Donald Trump seems to be interested in finding friendship with, even treating Zelensky and the brave Ukrainians poorly. There are a good number of Republicans who agree with us, and I hope they will join with us. It's every mistake layered. First of all, rather than critiquing Trump for being weak to Russia and kowtowing to the far right and fascists by betraying our ally, he says it's a mistake to cut off intelligence because the intelligence is good. He's morally presupposing the position, right? Rather than saying, you know, Ukrainians are fighting to defend their land, their blood, and Trump would rather see them lose to Russia because he likes them, because he kisses up to Putin. Instead, he's like, well, great things have happened because of the intelligence. You presuppose what people believe, because again, he's locked in his own head up here. And then he defers again to the mythical good Republican, as he keeps doing. He has to be an op, right? I think that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are caught on a spectrum between genuine unintelligence and incompetence, and they are utterly beholden to the donor class, and the donors have abandoned them. They are priests without a god, right? Like, the ultra wealthy have all moved over to Trump. Not all, I'm overstating, but overwhelmingly. Schumer and Jeffries, their job is mostly being the point of connection between capital and their respective block of representatives. You know that, right? Like, yeah, they do a lot of work. It's a busy job, but that's the job. Engaging with capital, trillions of dollars. You know, I mean, they oversee so much. But again, capital's gone. They're not hedging their bets anymore. They're just there with fucking Trump. So what's their job? I think that for Hakeem, it's more him being stupid. And with Chuck Schumer, it's more him being captured, in my opinion. Them to curtail the excesses, the horrible things that the Trump administration may be proposing to abandon Ukraine.
Politico and others are reporting he had a meeting last week with former Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg. Politico writes, Pete Buttigieg met with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer last week to discuss a possible Senate bid in Michigan, according to two people familiar with the meeting and granted anonymity to describe private conversations. How was the meeting?
I'm not getting into any private meetings I've had like that.
Did a private meeting exist like that?
I'm not getting into it.
It's even stuff like this. It's like, this is something Chuck Schumer has had to do over the course of his life, hundreds, maybe thousands of times. We've heard reports of a private meeting. Would you care to comment? It's one of the most common things you'll be tested with as a high-level politician, right? Could you share more with us about this thing you're not going to share with us? Obviously. With all that practice, why does he still sound so fucking creepy? It's not a personality quirk, okay? It's his job to be popular. Why is he like that?
Senator Chuck Schumer from New York.
What the fuck, man? You're such a giggling little fucking psychopath. Trump could have fielded a question like this way easier. I'm not going to tell you about that. And maybe just I'll tell you a little bit. No, I won't tell you anything. It was good. Like, he could just... I don't know. It was the Jews. I was thinking of Kanye, too. I was thinking, like, Kanye answered this question better. Not better. Well, actually, Schumer's Jewish, so he could have said that, right? Can you tell us more about the meeting? I'm not going to tell you what the race was of one of the guys at the meeting. It was Jewish. It was me. That would have been a good bit. I don't know what the purpose of it would have been, but you know, I would have laughed. Jews make jokes like that all the time as well. It is kind of fucked up that thanks to October 7th AIPAC and the like massive wave of anti-Semitic pro-Zionist propaganda that's buffeted the country, it is kind of fucked up that like anything, and also the rise of Nazism, by the way, that's also been a big part of it. It's fucked up that like I guess there's been this like pall of humorlessness around the subject of Jews when all the Jews I grew up with were the funniest motherfuckers in the world. It just hurts a little bit because they were belting out like absolute gutbusters every goddamn day in the playground and growing up and in the job and just like always self-defacing, self-praising. Who cares? It's great. And now it's like, I mean, obviously I'm not actually Jewish. Despite the accusations against me, so I can't, like, they're not my jokes to tell. But you know what? I've told belters that was shared with me at the cookouts before, and you know, I think that the rule usually is that as long as it's funny, you can get away with a lot. I will say one of the Pod Save guys is gay and Jewish, and he throws out the F-slur and Jew jokes left and right, lol. I think that makes me trust him more, which kind of conflicts with the Pod Save thing, but that's at least an admirable, you know. I think that's good. I have that jacket you're wearing, but in red, eBay. No, I got it from a thrift store. Vintage Pendleton? The ones on eBay are like $400, thereabouts. I'm glad I didn't go to eBay. This is actually a size medium, which normally a medium wouldn't fit me, but now it did, or now it does. Much do you weigh? Like 210? I think it's a little bit... Can never really tell. Like when you're standing at your side, the cuff should go down to like here, but then if you reach forward, it's gonna... The larger of a person you are, the more variance there is in how far the cuffs go down when you move your arms around, you know? Like if you're small, it wiggles, but if you're like tall and have long arms like me, when you stretch your arms out, you can get like quite a short sleeve, even though it sits at rest like normally, you know? Just a consequence, you know, people's bodies. It's one of the reasons why tailoring is quite an art. Oh, nice. I actually just found the thing that I'm wearing right now. I'm wearing the menswear version because there's no way that I'm wearing a woman's medium. This says it's canvas. Is it canvas? I think this is linen. Well, it doesn't really matter to me. Either way, it's a light jacket. I'm a big fan of vintage Pendleton's cropped jackets. It's cool either way. You think that's cool? Take a look at this. The pattern looks South American. Yeah, it's like Aztec, or I think they're called the Aztec patterns. Oh no, this is Navajo, but they did a lot. They did a lot of that stuff. Really, really cool designs. I'm a huge fan of some of the double RL Navajo jacket designs, but those are a little prohibitively expensive for me. Some of these are pretty bright, too. Oh, that looks really nice. Look at that. The Barn Owl vintage. Whoa, wait! This one's on sale nearby me! Oh, that looks really good. Look at that. Wool and lined. This is from the Barn Owl Seattle. They actually have this right now. Oh, that's dangerous information. I don't want to know that. Don't tell me that. It's probably like $1 million. How much is it? It's sold out. It's sold out. The listing's still there, but it's sold out. Okay. Thank goodness. Saved. Saved. Canvas is the weave, linen is the material. Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I so often think of canvas as being cotton, not linen. Yeah, you're correct. I've been looking for more bomber cut jackets because the silhouette is wonderful, but I have no idea what to search for online. Well, you basically, one of the big tells for jackets that have that nice cropped silhouette, in addition to just like their general shape, is that they'll have a waistband. They'll have an elastic band down here at the bottom so that it wraps around your, like basically at belt length, you know? Bombers usually have that cropped shape. These are blousons. That's the term for these. They're not bombers. They don't have the bomber collar, but they have a similar shape. I do really like the shape of these. I'm not done with segments. Look, when you... See? Like, look at how cropped it is, you know? Plus it makes your ass look nice. No belt? No, I'm not wearing a belt while sitting down for like 5 hours. It seemed unnecessary. A woman was in a man's jacket? That makes sense. I think Pendleton might have, like, this type of jacket is a man's thing, largely. I'm looking, they aren't that crazy expensive. Yeah, I mean, it depends on when these are made. This is from the 80s. I don't know enough about Pendleton to give, like, any kind of, like, real breakdown or whatever, you know? All clothes are unisex if you're not a bitch about it. That's not true. It's about the shape of your body. I don't have an issue with women's jackets because I have an issue with them, like, spiritually. They're not cut for shoulders as wide as mine. I would have to wear a double XL women's to even have a chance of fitting my shoulders and ribcage. And that would mean everything else proportionally would be off. Uniqlo has good basics, yeah. That's a size issue, not a style one. Well, sure, but that's still an issue, right? Why then can women wear men's clothes so well? Well, there's a few reasons for that. For one, women do wear a lot of menswear, but they often wear it in women's cuts, which better fits their body. Also, because there are different standards for styling with men and women often wear deliberately oversized clothing, you know? Like women's clothes, their jackets, they'll often have a dropped shoulder. And because they have a dropped shoulder on the women's wear, they can wear a man's jacket with shoulders that are too big to simulate the dropped shoulder look. It just depends on what aesthetic you're trying to cultivate, right? Now, I like the heritage menswear stuff, which means that for me, women's clothing is a no-go. Not because I have an issue with it morally. It just doesn't fit me. Certainly not in those styles. And trust me, I've tried. I have found gorgeous jackets. Just yesterday, a gorgeous 1960s Lee, a 65-year-old jacket in crimson moleskin, type 2 trucker jacket. It was gorgeous, but it didn't fit me. Absolutely beautiful. 60s Lee in red moleskin? Good Lord. Do you have pics? No. Hold on. Yes, I do. The internet says it's 1970s, actually, not 1960s. So the place that I went to might have been wrong. Not that it makes a difference to me. Beautiful. But take a look at where the shoulder seam is. I would have to size up pretty far to get the woman's shoulder to tailor properly to my body. And by the time I made that fit, everything else wouldn't fit properly. This isn't a type 2 now that I'm looking at it. Is it a type 1? This is giving me such bad shoulder dysphoria right now, lol. Skill issue. Lady, women get to wear dropped shoulder clothing more readily than us men. You know what you need to do then? You need to find oversized shirts and sweaters that have a dropped shoulder and a large sleeve. What you're trying to do is de-emphasize the shoulder by having the widest point in your upper body be around your elbow. They flare out around the arms. Trust me, go to a store, vintage, whatever. Go find something. You'll find it. And it's not, yes, and it's not just trans women who have issues with their shoulders, because we socially incentivize women to have petite shoulders. There are a lot of cis women who are like, you know, oh, I think my shoulders are too big. But there are ways around this. In reality, basically all people are pretty unimpressive naked. Unless you're an athlete, you keep in really good shape. Most people are just kind of doughy blobs. Call it, you know, linseed oil, soy, whatever you want. You're not very impressive under the hood. I'm not. Very few people are. We ornament ourselves and make ourselves impressive that way, okay? So when you see a beautiful woman, you're not really looking at her body, unless she's naked. You're looking at a combination of her body and the way it's been ornamented, right? You've got the makeup and you've got the clothing. To look at a woman who looks petite and demure in the clothes that she wears and say, wow, what nice narrow shoulders she has, is as ignorant as a guy who looks at a woman with a full face of makeup and says, wow, I love how she looks with no makeup. You're discounting the ornamentation. You're removing from the you're removing variables from the equation. What if I'm built like a Roblox person though? All right, quit whining. You got your damn attention, okay? Can't stand that shit. Ian G would know, all right? It's past a point. This is a logical problem for me. You have an insecurity, you work to fix it. Past that point, I don't want to hear it. That's all I can do. So women with large shoulders should wear big sleeves? If they want to. I don't give a... I listen, okay? I don't give a... I like athletic women. One of my earliest real crushes was a Polish girl in my wrestling class with rippling back muscles, you know? I was 15 and she had the back musculature of a well-trained athlete, okay? I don't give a shit if a woman has broad shoulders. If you want to look like you have narrower shoulders, then emphasize other parts of your body. If you're looking for something specific clothing-wise, where do you start? How do I answer that? What's specific? Say a bomber jacket? Get a damn bomber jacket then. Google bomber jacket. What do you mean? You want a real bomber jacket? Then go to a military surplus store. You can get the classic bomber jacket. Usually like $60. And they're high quality. Way better than the shit clothing you wear, trust me. You motherfuckers, you're wearing polyester sourced from factories in China, okay? Try wearing something that the US government in 1964 would have deemed acceptable for one of its soldiers. You'll see what quality feels like. Your rich is showing? $60. What does moleskin feel like? Kind of like suede. I was gifted a really nice one from Alpha Industries. Alpha Industries was the company that made the originals. The one you're wearing is likely the exact same one, or almost the same one, as what they would have given soldiers. Yeah, I'm aware? Okay. Alpha Industries is a collab with New Era. Just make sure you go for their classic stuff, because I think their newer stuff is more of like a modern cut, and I don't approve of that. I don't respect that shit. I have the original right next to me. No, wait. Yeah, over there. Yeah, you just got to be careful of where you're getting it. Hold on. I'm going to give you a do and don't, and then we're moving on. Yeah, it's a long stream today. Deal with it. Okay. The key to a high-quality bomber is that it should be poofy. It's a bomber. It's meant to be big and comfortable and fit wide. It's a nice big cut, you know? Like, you can kind of see how this would fit, right? Big and voluminous. It's a big ball. It's a big poof. Right above the waist. But nowadays, because everything's slim fit, I Googled Alpha Industries bomber, and this popped up. Whatever the fuck this is. If you could even close the damn thing. All the sauce is gone. See? Yeah, I'm thinking to buy that exact jacket you showed before. That's this. This is what I have. Though mine's vintage. It was actually used, I assume, in the military. See? Same damn one. See? Look. Voluminous. Look at that. See? That's the point. Super comfy. Super comfy. Super warm. Any bullet holes? No, no bullet holes. What brand? U.S. military. They were made by Alpha Industries. But it's the military. Oh, I've heard of them. Yeah. Bombers are also good for girls with big shoulders. If you have big shoulders, you're probably tall. You can emphasize your proportions pretty well with high-waisted trousers and having a cropped jacket. Also, the more voluminous the jacket, the more, instead of your shoulders being big, it's more of a general upper body poof. You kind of take a single feature and you, rather than having like a box with the shoulders up here, you create like a big rounded top. See? Potentially a more feminine silhouette. What's the material? Nylon. Is this a men's fitter for both? I would say that this is pretty unisex. generally, the more oversized an item of clothing is, especially something like a jacket, which isn't an underlayer, you can, it's basically just like a sizing thing, you know? It's not meant to conform very closely to the shape of your body. Looks good, Nibor. How male-coded is bomber jacket? I promise you, the coolest, hottest girls are wearing vintage men's bomber jackets. I promise you. Not wrong, a lot of them wear Buzz Ricksons or whatever. That's true. This one little gnat has been in this damn room. Girls can look good in anything. Yeah, but you don't typically see them wearing chore coats, do you? You see women in trucker jackets. You see women in bomber jackets, not so much chore coats. Women tend to wear cropped jackets. My woman just wears my hoodies. Oh, that works too. What was I doing? Oh, right. Hold on. Okay, well, now I'm warm. About to join the Zoom town hall, my local rep. Wish me luck. Good luck. The woke Pope is doing better. I'm very happy to hear that. What's the best online store to get military vintage clothes? Online store? I don't know. Look, there are vintage military stores all over the country, you know? You can go in and find lots of crazy stuff. And I promise you, the quality of the clothing there is significantly higher than what you guys are wearing. Okay? You go over there, you try out... I'm not from the US, though. Well, lucky you. Very high quality clothing. You've been hitting the gym? How did you know I haven't been on the Peloton in 5 days? I need to get back on it. Where do you recommend to go clothes shopping for the best fits? You don't want to know where I go shopping, okay? It's not about where you shop. It's about how you shop. Gatekeeping? It's not gatekeeping. I wear it on stream. I'm going to New York tomorrow, and I'm going to be shopping there. Trust me, you'll see the clothes I get. Where in New York? Nice try.
And still I rise.
Hello.
And I rise to explain why I did what I did. And I did it with intentionality. The president indicated that he had a mandate. I said to the president, you do not have a mandate to cut Medicaid. I have constituents who need Medicaid. They will suffer and some will die if they don't get Medicaid. I
heard the speaker when he said that I should cease. I did not, and I did not with intentionality.
They're debating his censure right now. Whether or not he does get censured. For me, the big tell will be how many Democrats vote yes. This is like, I am projecting like unimaginable spiritual decay upon every Democrat who votes yes. This, to me, this is even worse than the Rashida Tlaib thing, potentially, for Democrats voting against it. Because I know a bunch of Democrats are, like, led around by the short hairs by AIPAC. This is purely just a, like, how useless are you? Or not even how useless, how, like, much of a controlled opponent are you? How much controlled opposition?
It was not done out of a burst of emotion. I was emotional about it, but I did it with intentionality. I think that on some questions of conscience,
sorry, Fox
you have
News
to be willing to
autoplays.
suffer the consequences. And I have said I will. I will suffer whatever the consequences are, because I don't believe that in the richest country in the world, people should be without good health care. I stood up for my constituents then. I'm standing up for my constituents now. I am grateful to Mr. McGovern for what he has said. I'm grateful to those who have been standing with me. But I will tell you, I appreciate you. No anger. The officers who escorted me out, they were kind to me. I don't blame the speaker for anything. Friends, I would do it again. I have to be candid with you. I'm not trying to in some way insult you. This is a matter of principle. This is a matter of conscience. There are people suffering in this country because they don't have health care. I'll close with this. On some issues that are matters of conscience, it is better to stand alone than not stand at all. This is where I stand. I yield back.
Incredible king shit. The vote's going to be sometime in the next week, which means I'll be in New York when it happens. I basically, like, every Democrat who votes yes to the censure, this is like a primary, like, this is like a public admission from that Democrat that they are not only useless, but are actively hostile towards any kind of meaningful resistance. They are essentially like obstacles. They are as much obstacles as Republicans. Like, if someone breaks into your house and tries to stab you to death with a knife, so you reach for a knife to defend yourself, and your roommate runs up and grabs your wrist to keep you from grabbing that knife because they don't like how you would defend yourself in that fashion, your roommate is just as much a factor in your death as the person breaking in. Like, they are now complicit in your murder. They're an accomplice, exactly.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume. A gentleman
There's
from
an audio
Washington,
delay.
Mr. Baumgartner.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
That was a great speech. I love how unapologetic it was. There wasn't a moment of like, oh, I acted out of anger or something. It was just like, nope, he was wrong. He's lying. He's going to hurt people. I don't apologize.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking my colleague from Washington State, Mr.
I was just taking a moment because we just talked about Chuck Schumer, who refused, by the way, to condone Al Green and the RCP favorability ratings, where Chuck Schumer is by far the least popular of Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Mike Johnson, Hakeem Jeffries, John Thune. I checked. No one else even comes close. Immensely unpopular. Unfavorability 45.1, which is basically every Republican. But the really shocking thing is that despite Chuck Schumer being a very prominent and well-known politician, only 28.3 favorable. Like, that's a lot of Democrats who either haven't heard of him because he's sauceless or don't care enough to weigh in. You know? That's pretty bad.
House. Donald Trump is not the Republican president. He's the American president. And what happened last night was beneath the dignity of the House and beneath the dignity of the American people. And I say that as someone who is new to this body. I'd also like to point out how it was perceived and how it may have been interpreted.
Oh, speaking of Ash Wednesday, by the way, guess who guess who's an internet tradcath for epic Graper points? Guess who converted to Catholicism to return with a V epically fucking... Literally, come on. It's the lowest fucking bar you could have met. You're so fake. He put his ash right here around his eyelids. You can't see it. Yeah, he could have just bought fake ash, man. Like, it's the one thing. He's a joke for most Catholics. I mean, he's essentially been directly condemned by the fucking Pope. Mind you, American tradcaths don't care about the Pope at all. They think the Pope is woke and gay. They're not actually religious. They just like Catholicism as a kind of unifying cultural signifier that signals that interest in things like white supremacy and pedophilia. Which, of course, J.D. Vance, presumably massive fans of both, wouldn't know, haven't asked the guy. Yeah, he will not be allowed into the kingdom of heaven. This isn't him. I've seen nothing but pictures of him for like a week. He's much fatter and has bulging eyeballs. No ashes on forehead.
As you know, each member of the House receives a guest ticket, and I decided to give my guest ticket, the first one that I would have for this kind of occasion, to a teacher from Eastern Washington, with the goal of inspiring an interest in civics and public service in that next generation of young people. In fact, we ran a competition for students to nominate their teacher. And the winning teacher that came had never been to Washington, D.C. before, had never been to the halls of Congress, and was so excited that she was here to watch this. And I have no idea what her political beliefs were. No idea whether she's Republican or Democrat or independent.
This is my favorite edit of Vance. I like this one a lot, too. I think that overall my favorites have to be like an aggregate of his like pastry doughboy look. But this one, I do quite like this one. This one's really good because it captures a very specific energy that you know he has burning in his heart. He just can't show it.
He was just excited to be here as part of this experiment in democracy that we have. And all of her students were watching from home. And, you know, while it can be regrettable when, and it happens on both sides, when people have a spontaneous outburst of emotion and maybe say something they should, you know, what I saw and what I worry about what her students saw last night was a continued premeditated attack, and some might even say the appearance of a violent and threatening action.
Oh my God. Classic. You fucking pussies.
With the cane. And so that may have not been the intent, but I worry that those students and what I saw as I watched was a scene that was beneath the dignity of this House, beneath the dignity of the American people, and certainly beneath the dignity of our president. And so at some point, America...
should this not like be an indicator enough that what Al Green did was correct? Look at this bitch quivering. Can you imagine if the entire Democratic Party was aligned behind Al Green? Like if they had any balls whatsoever? If they all left after him? And now they were going to the media being like, this bitch of a president, this coward, This weakling Trump, he gets yelled at by an old man, and this free speech loving president tosses him out. Like, and this is the kind of like indignant, you know, whiny, oh, you violated. Republicans love to fall back on this when they're threatened, which is this like disingenuous, you violated the procedure, which of course it's disingenuous. They're literally like fucking the government to death, you know? But they love to fall back on it. And Democrats can't criticize them for it because Democrats love it even more than they do. Except for them, it's sincere.
Cannot continue on this slide towards continual partisan fighting and all of the divisiveness.
That shit-fitted tie, too. Actually, I don't mind the tie and the shirt. I mean, the tie is a little bit lopsided, but that just happens, you know? I like that the Oxford cloth button-down collar actually has a bit of a roll to it, unlike RFK's. The tie's uninspired. I don't like the color. I do like the diagonal stripes, though. That's a classic tie pattern.
We all need to do better, including myself. I think every
man, the Alpha Industries bomber is only $200. My wallet is crying. Hobo God, get it? Vintage. You could. Okay, no. I'm going to interrupt the segment for this. Okay, hold on 1 second. eBay. U.S. military vintage bomber jacket. I'm seeing shit here for like $50. They made millions of these, man. They made millions of these. Learn how to look through the tags, you know? You can find, look, vintage 80s U.S. military 45p Flyers bomber jacket, Alpha Industries, pre-owned, $35. Lamau, my bad, didn't mean to derail. I'm just saying. When it comes to military clothing, if you're buying new, I'm not saying it's bad, support the brands, but you should understand, like, they made millions of these for soldiers.
every member of this body. So let's join together on this. Let's join together and realize that this episode was beneath the dignity of what the American people expect from Congress. And let's have this be a new beginning in civility from a low point that this body can rise and behave in the manner I think all of the people, the way that all the American people wanted to behave, and certainly those high school students that were watching from home, so excited that their teacher was here to experience this special moment.
Unimaginably pussy shit, like incomprehensibly pussy shit. The Democrats should jump on this. I know they're not going to. I know they're not going to. We can dream. Folks, I think it's that time. I think it might be time to wrap up the last stream for a while. I gotta go to New York. I hear New Yorkers hate that song because it's like played out, you know? Like I'm gonna walk around New York. New York! Like that. And I hate that shit. Listen, folks, here's what you can expect from me. There's a backlog of content the editors are going to release out of the channel. It's stuff from stream, so if you've seen the stream, you've seen the videos. Drop a like anyway. Also, probably going to be a lot of stuff happening day by day. I'm going to try to do little segments from my phone when I can. I'm going to be very busy while I'm out. So while I'm out, I see something happens, a few minutes on the phone. I might just be like out in the town, okay? So I'll do my best. If you see a short video being released to the channel, there's a decent chance that it'll be a new one that I've recorded while walking around, I don't know, Soho or Midtown or whatever, okay? I'll do my best. Don't say bye yet. I've got to read donos. Can't tell if this is too good to be true, but I found this pre-owned Alpha Industry jacket for 21 USD. That's not too good to be true at all. Trust me, like, there's like an insane amount of this stuff out there. I promise you. I bet you guys, like the first time you wear military clothing, you are like vintage. You are going to lose it because so much modern clothing sucks. So wearing something that was made durably, like a thick, durable canvas and like a well-affixed lining and like the nice like storm cuffs and all that, like it feels so good. Will you upload the new ones to a specific channel? Yes, youtube.com/c/Fosh. Fuck, I forgot to talk about SCOTUS. You're right. That was like the main thing too. I forgot. Nobody reminded me. You didn't remind me. What the fuck? You people are fucked up sometimes. You know that? You people are fucking sickos. You didn't cover the mayors either? Fuck! God damn it. I asked 2 to 3 times. Fuck you. All right, well, if we got to talk, we got to talk, don't we? Do your job, man. Don't blame me. You don't know what it's like. The hardest job in the world. You don't know what it's like to have no boss, no expectations. And then you go live and 10,000 people are telling you like, I would kill for your job. You have the easiest job in the world. Yeah, put the segment in the bag. And here's your fries. Sounds horrible. You couldn't imagine. Just put the stream in the bag. I wonder if the way I feel sometimes is the way Chuck Schumer feels. You know what I mean? He wakes up and he's like, oh, yes! Easiest job in the world. No boss, no expectations. And then he goes outside and there's a reporter and he's like, fuck! Oh, God damn it. I was supposed to come up with the Defeat Fascism bill. Ooh. The reporter gets in his face and he's like, listen, man, I was up late playing Monster Hunter Wilds. I didn't sleep well. Is it good? I'm enjoying it. Isn't it just Monster Hunter World again? That's what the fans want. All right, folks. Something funny happened. In the ongoing, I guess, like the battle between Elon Musk and Donald Trump, just ineptly gutting the government, basically like no restrictions. Like, look, just take a look at AP News, okay? On one side of the equation, you've got this. 80,000 employees plan to be cut from the Veterans Affairs. They're going to cut the number of workers at the IRS in half. They're rehiring people to the CDC. Like, they fired him, but now they got to bring him back. They listed buildings, federal government buildings that were targeted for sale, but then deleted the list. I didn't even talk about this one. They were like, hey, who wants to buy a bunch of federal government buildings we won't need because we're firing 250,000 people? Never mind. We're taking it back. We're editing the list. Hope you didn't put a bid forward. What's going on? No one knows. No one knows what's going on. Charizard-shaped Cheeto. Charizard-shaped Cheeto! Cheetozard! That's crazy. So that's one side of how things are going. On the other side, apparently, we have the Supreme Court, at least in this very specific instance. The Supreme Court Wait. Did I misread? The Supreme Court on Wednesday denied the Trump administration's request to block a lower court's order for the administration to pay nearly $2 billion in foreign aid money. Wait, I'm sorry, 1 second. The Supreme Court on Wednesday denied the Trump administration's request to block a lower court's order for the admin to pay nearly $2 billion, delivering a near-term reprieve to international aid groups and contractors seeking payment for the previously completed projects. No, I didn't misread it. Okay, sorry. I had briefly, for a moment, I saw through the veil, and for a moment, I imagined, I know this is ridiculous, get this. I imagined I might have hastily misread something and then gotten something wrong on stream. Thankfully, we're not in that timeline. Yeah, no, the Supreme Court, on, again, presumably largely procedural grounds, is once more allowing the pause on the freeze of the aid. Or in other words, U.S. aid is back, baby. Fox News, how are you handling it?
Courts and the judges and the justices were dueling in fast form. In the end, the U.S. Supreme Court extended the administration's freeze on billions of dollars in U.S. foreign aid. That ruling coming from the Chief Justice John Roberts. Former Deputy AG John Yoo with me.
I'm sorry. Am I having another seizure? This information from the video seems to be conflicting with the text of the article that we just read. The text of the article said, let me go over to CNN.
Breaking news just coming in from the Supreme Court. I want to get straight over to CNN's Caitlin Polans, who's pulling together the details from us.
The freeze continues. They just pay owed money. Oh, okay. So Fox News is framing it that way because they're evil. So they have to pay out the money that is already owed, but they are maintaining the freeze. Okay, well, let me finish the Fox News video then. I'm kind of curious how they...
And sir, good morning to you. Just a little bit of background here. You freeze the money on USAID or you get rid of it altogether. That was the initial ruling. Then a judge came in and said, no, you have contracts you must fulfill. And then late last night, Justice Roberts says, not so fast. So where does this stand, and does the administration...
No, wait, you're just lying. Wait, no, they're not framing it. They're lying. He's skipping a step. Justice Roberts interceded after the Trump administration motioned against the freeze on the already owed payments. So so it's just lying. They're skipping a step. Roberts didn't come in against that lower court judge. He came in against the Trump administration.
Win this in the end or not?
Good morning, Bill and Dana. You're right. This is just the first skirmish in what's going to be a momentous battle that gets to the Supreme Court about whether the president is going to be able to restore energy to the executive, as the founders wanted, to be able to stop wasteful spending, especially to groups that might be hostile to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Here, what Chief Justice Roberts did is to say, trial judges, lower courts, you're not in the business of getting in the inside of our foreign policy making.
Wow, I maybe this comes across as a little bit naive of me, but this is actually a level of dishonesty that surprises me. Normally with Fox News, of course they lie all the time. It's normally a framing thing. But in this case, they are literally just skipping a step. Like, they're factually reporting, and it contradicts the article right here. Yeah, this isn't a half truth. They're just, in the video, they're skipping a step that is included in the article.
Ordering which money's to go out or which is to stay. Let it get up to the Supreme Court. These cases are going to get up to the court quickly, and you're going to see, I think, as you suggest, Bill, I think you're going to see the Supreme Court side with President Trump, because there used to be a long history of presidents
just went against
being able
Trump
to suspend spending that harmed the national security.
Okay, so just broadly speaking, do you think they win on most of these cases, all of these cases, or just some of them?
I think the cases that are coming up right now are to President Trump's favor because they involve the...
I'll admit, I'm a little bit taken aback. I'm sorry. I know. I apologize. They're lying by omission. No, they're straightforwardly lying because they're stating that Roberts ruled against the lower court when he didn't. They ruled in favor of the lower court. I don't know. Yeah. Just kind of grim. Like, to be clear, shit like this, the network should be sued for. Like, this should be, like, in a sane society, Fox News should be scrubbing this off the internet because it's like a huge liability to have dishonesty being put forward this confidently, you know?
Internal management of the executive branch. There's another case following up shortly behind this one about whether President Trump can fire members of the executive branch. He's playing before a friendly...
Okay, we're not doing anything relevant to the issue here. We're just yapping about other stuff, I guess. Not that you would be honest about whatever. So, yeah, billions in U.S. aid payments are going to be dispersed. At least the Supreme Court has ordered their dispersal. The only reason we're getting this ruling is because of Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts. The other conservatives are fuming over this. To be clear, by the way, this shouldn't have even gone to the Supreme Court. The freezing of U.S. aid payments was so clearly unconstitutional that it should be like, it shouldn't even be a court ruling. It should just be like an obvious one. You know what I mean? Like, in a sane society, it would be immediate impeachment to have even attempted to do what they have successfully done. Now here it's been unfrozen. At least to an extent. Billions, about $2 billion in disbursement, which is not a lot of money for the federal government in the context of like a yearly budget. It's an absolute shit show.
And this has to do with President Trump's moves to freeze foreign aid. Caitlin, what's happened?
Yeah, Kate, what had happened in the Trump administration is they turned off money going to nonprofits and contractors on foreign aid, people that were working with the organization USAID, the agency that the Trump administration was trying to shut down. And what the Supreme Court, what Trump wanted to do is he wanted a green light from the Supreme Court to keep that money shut off. It's being litigated at the trial level courts far below the Supreme Court. And what the Supreme Court just said is, we're not going to do that. We need the lower court to figure this out. There was a judge there who had said...
Okay, yeah, that sounds accurate. Essentially, like, allow these owed payments to disperse while this is being litigated in court. Okay, makes sense. Wow, in a way, this feels like the larger story here is almost like how openly dishonest the Fox News video was. Because again, I'm used to framing in half-truths. I'm not used to them just, like, stating... whatever. I should be used to this. There's no difference meaningfully between Fox News and, I don't know, the Tim Pool show or whatever. It's like that Alex Jones, it's all bled into the same system now. There's no like meaningful distinction in civility or fact checking or whatever else. That's all gone. Sheesh. Conservatives are fuming at Amy Coney Barrett saying Trump made a mistake appointing her. I have seen that. I saw, what was it, Jack Posobiec saying she was a DEI hire. I didn't know that could apply to white people too. She's been making some interesting rulings lately. Yeah, didn't she also rule on the good side of the poop water case? She was the one dissenting conservative. The what? The poop water. Poop water was 5-4. Yes, and there are 6 conservatives. I believe she was the dissenting conservative. All right, I forgot it's 6 cons now. Yes, the poop water. Oh, anyway. Good news is Republicans have to respect the SCOTUS because that's how they got rid of Roe v. Wade. I don't even know if that's true, man. So much damage has been done to the federal government, the transparency of it, you know, our systems for tracking what's going on within it. I don't even know, like, how will they freeze or unfreeze anything? Like, what matters, you know? They could just do whatever. I don't know. Seems like they're not listening to the courts. Do you think SCOTUS will prevent some of the more fascist ambitions of the Trump administration? For example, a few months back, they ruled against that one ruling that would have stripped states of running their own elections. I think so. I think that for at least Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett, you could make a fair argument that though they're evil in a more intellectual and informed way than what you see from conservative politicians and pundits. You have to think about it from their perspective. These are people who, in many cases, are intelligent. I'm not saying they're good people. Intelligent. They've worked hard their whole life. They went to law school. They worked as lawyers. They worked as judges. They made it to the Supreme Court. Unlike your random Yahoo who can get elected, anyone can get elected in America. Slack-jawed idiots. There's a kind of in-group elitism with many of the people in the judicial branch that I think sometimes makes them unwilling to go with certain kinds of bullshit. Now, again, I don't think that's a reliable stopgap or anything. I just think that, you know, you could make a reasonable argument that for somebody like John Roberts, he might not be as amenable to the whole like openly anti-empiricist bit the party's been going on. Don't know how well that's going to hold up though. Clarence Thomas doesn't seem to have any of that. No, Alito and Thomas are both just pure evil with no redeeming qualities. Yeah. Anyway, I really do have to read donos now. And I have to read them quick because I've got to go, guys. I've got stuff to do. I've got to do packing. I've got a lot to do. Carl, Nyako, and Elenita Express, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Really appreciate that. Hakeem Jeffries is about as useful as Ranger Magic and Dungeons & Dragons. I resent that, okay? I don't think Rangers are as useful or as useless as people say. I just think they're less flashy. Bro is not busy. You people are getting a little bit big for your britches. You fucking dozens of hours of free content. You white name. Dance for me more, streamer man. Dance for me more. Well, what if I don't? Huh? What if I decide to have a nice vacation? What if I decide that I, you know, want to enjoy my day a little bit in addition to packing? Maybe I want to have some nachos. There you go. And thank you, Nako. I really do appreciate that. Alec Gunter, thank you for the $5. Sam Cedar had Saikat Chakrabarti on his show this morning. I'll have to take a look. I don't know much about Saikat, I'm afraid. It is a good season of primary Democrats, I can tell you that much. Get rid of Nancy Pelosi. Davina, Ubfustubba, and Ikuri, thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ikuri, I hope you had a good time at the 5051 protest. Kaiser K, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very, very kind of you. Graystel, thank you for the $50. Being here and donating doesn't feel right. Thanks for your coverage and making people feel sane in this clown world. I feel like the damn Joker. Personally. Thank you. Mitoman87, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Is that a Double RL jacket? No, but Double RL does have a lot of Navajo design-inspired stuff that I'm very fond of. Real Western wear, by the way, heavily pulls from Mexican and Native American aesthetic influences. Because what we think of as cowboys, Southwestern Americans, pioneers, whatever the fuck you want to go with there was a lot of damn Mexicans and Native Americans, you know? And they had strong aesthetic influences on that clothing that you might not get if your understanding of cowboy aesthetic just comes from the John Wayne films or whatever, or like the Italian, you know, made Westerns they were crazy about that defined our understanding of the, you know, of the aesthetic. Rubles, thank you for the $10. Could we be witnessing the beginning of a party switch? I don't necessarily think so, no. I think we're a while out from anything crazy like that. Margo the Marg Gnome, The Liberal, and Weird Autumn. Thank you for the $10 all. I really appreciate that. I haven't talked about the Panama Canal, The Liberal. There's a lot of stuff I got to talk about. Found out to get an initial appointment for HRT, I would have to wait 83 years at the current rate in NI. NI. Michigan? Am I actually having a stroke? What's NI? North Ireland? You can't use two-letter fucking abbreviations like that when you're not an American, okay? That's a U.S. state. You're not American. Any suggestions for where to move in Europe? Oh, I might have been able to find out through context. No, I don't know. There are probably better people to ask than me. I just don't have that information. There are probably better places, though. Sheesh. You're in like the ass end of fucking the UK, you know? Ratesy, thank you for the $6. Should we dip from the US? I've heard it's genuinely over. Nothing is ever over, my friend. And Baron, thank you for the $5. Could you please direct people towards Riverboat Jack? I'm a friend of Riverboat Jack. I used to host her all the time. Yeah. Certainly no issues there at all. She does really, really good work with PV. And is very nice and friendly. Sleazy, Kindred Judgment, Hot Dog Pedestal, Tipster, thank you, and Real Donald Trump 69, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Bad Clams, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Hope you're enjoying your elevated name color. Alex Australis and Corsnor, thank you for the $5 both. Thank you very, very much. Brit Mouse, thank you for the $20. Went out to a huge pride rally at the Georgia Capitol today. Hundreds turned out. I was crying for the support. Also just did my e-shot, Equality Now. There's far more of us than they want you to believe. Far, far more of us. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the $5. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Much appreciated. And for the additional 5 tier 1 subs. But does he know Taiwan's a separate country from China? Thonkers? Missing context because we're not in that stream anymore. Genderless, Responsible Pate, Call of the Moose, US Anorku, Desecrator, and Elenita Express. Thank you all for the tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Sad Leftard, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I'm also a sad leftard. I know how it feels. Thank you very, very much. Call South, thank you for the $5. Hi Vosh, been considering joining the military here in Canada. Would you have any thoughts on that from a leftist perspective with what's going on? End us. Train well, soldier. Let your aim be true. Do it. Do it. Fucking do it. Van Annabelle, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Wiggly Charlie, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I get you. Davina, thank you for the $5. Vosh, gas at the station I work at is up 3 cents just today. Slap a I did that with Trump sticker on that goddamn pump. It's your responsibility. Knotted Alpaca, thank you for the 3 $5 donations. Vosh, oh my god, Amazon sent my package to the exact same address as the one I had on file in a city 40 miles away because Apple Maps defaults the other city's address. Since in their system, my order was delivered to the right address, I was advised to report my order stolen for a refund, and the cop that came to report it was named John Dollar, and the joke I made was, ah yes, money was invented when John Dollar paid for food with a piece of paper. Askers? Well, I'm glad you were able to get it sorted. Cool. Fucking... DNL Sirs 91 and Alfred White, thank you for the $5 both. Yes, I'm pro compulsory voting, and thank you, DNL. I really appreciate that. Fat Face, thank you for the $15. That's very kind of you. I have watched a little bit of Joseph Anderson playing Umineko. I will never play it myself. I have no interest in playing that game for a lot of reasons. I will, however, delight in watching Joseph Anderson play it. Right now, I'm still getting through the Northern Lion Trick Shot Simulator backlogs. On 10 hours of watching him try to get the chip in the cap, and I feel like we're finally making some progress on that one. Gun-owning Leftist, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Thank you. You actually watched that? I've watched every minute of it, and I don't regret any of it. Banana Seeds 101, thank you for the $15. Longtime YouTube lurker coming here to thank you for encouraging me to stop boy moding and wear actual women's clothing. Got compliments from my friends today. There you go. Just got to have some goddamn confidence. I'm happy to hear that. Very good. Space Girl, thanks for the tier 1 sub. A Cosmic Dragon Lover, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Sam Fan 155. Thank you for the 10 bucks. Just found your channel, and I want to say thank you for helping me digest the news and making me less dumber. Keep it up. I'm taking the dumb from you, okay? I get stupider every day I do this, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Bussy Angel 69, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I expect Instagram content while you're in New York. There's a Buck Mason store near Flatiron, as well as a bunch of fashion stores. Oh, I'm going to the damn stores. But I've got a Buck Mason here in Seattle. I'm thinking more Double RL, Wythe, maybe Acne Studios, just to, you know, take a trip to the other side. You know, Standard and Strange, Blue and Green Soho, Left Field NYC. Got to give it a feel. Looney Basilisk 17, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Enjoy New York. It's really an amazing place with so much diversity. Oh, I plan to. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Thank you. Kane111, thank you for the $5. I'll take a look at that link when I'm back. Cash Money, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I started taking Adderall for the first time in over 10 years. I'm such a retard for waiting this long to go back on it. It's pretty damn helpful. I'm really happy to hear you've been able to get back on it. That's really nice. So Vigo, thank you for the 10 bucks. Enjoy the vacation, Streamerman. Oh, I plan to. Taiga, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Thanks for making the collapse of America more tolerable to endure and witness. We appreciate you. Have fun and get cool drip on vacay. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, buddy. Don't you fucking worry. I'm going to get some nice loafers there too. I am really looking forward to getting or trying on, even though I know I'm going to love it. Oh, 18 East is another big one. I cannot wait to try on the goddamn Wythe tooled belt. It's like 400 bucks and it's fucking beautiful. I will take care of this shit for the rest of my life. Look at this. Just sickeningly beautiful. Look at that. Handcrafted leather and the metalwork in cognac and black. I might get it in black because I could wear it with more stuff if I got it in black. Look at that. Endgame cosmetic. It's like the Western belt, the tooled belt. I love it. It adds so much verve, you know, to the pant. Would you prefer it if it was a bit wider? It's already 1.5 inches. That's as wide as you can really get with belts. Isn't it too visually busy? I mean, it's the style. It's a very Western belt. It's like as Western of a belt as you're gonna get, really. I'd be scared of warping the shape by wearing the belt. Yeah, ideally, especially with belts this nice, you're never wearing them to hold your pants up because you don't want to actually put tension on it if you can help it, you know? I mean, they're still durable. This is thick leather and metal. It is durable, you know? But you definitely don't want to I actually have a belt that has a thinner suede leather piece that I kind of ruined because a few times I wore them to hold up pants that were, I was definitely struggling with a little bit. And I ended up like distorting the holes on them. Now this is very durable. I doubt I could do anything to fuck this up. But, you know, for a piece of art like this. I like quite a bit of the stuff from Wythe. I am wondering when they're going to release their spring-summer 2025, because it hasn't happened yet, and I want them to. This is their fall-winter collection for 2024. I imagine their new collection is going to be coming out pretty soon. Double RL dropped their new collection about a month ago. Oh, there's that tooled belt. Yeah, very Montana cowboy. I do appreciate that it used to be whenever I showed off ostentatiously expensive pieces of specialty clothing, everyone in chat made fun of me. But now, when some people make fun of me, other people in chat are like, well, it's a piece of art, you know? Like, you defend, like, I don't have to, it's not like a one versus everyone anymore, you know? The propaganda worked. Yeah. I need to finish this. I know I keep saying that. Soveball, thank you for the $5. Some Trench Crusade minis, you say. To death, you say. Yeah, looking good. There we go. De-scrunch them. Like all the blood on the nurse there. Gotta look into the rule books for this game. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Zohran Mamdani seems pretty based as a socialist in the New York City Dem mayoral primary, currently in 2nd place. Look, I will cover the New York City Democratic primary mayoral race. However, man, it's going to be so difficult, so difficult overtaking Cuomo. I mean, we'll see, but... And Sake, thanks to 10 tier 1 subs. I gifted in the wrong White Leaf site for that one. Had to redo it in the Alec Gunter site. Good. Bring it over. He deserves it more. And whenever I get politically surveyed on the phone, I now list Vosh as a primary news source when applicable. Good. You know what? Fuck it. Why not? Sure. Give the statisticians at RCP or whatever a headache. Do my advertising. Skynet with the $5. Found this RCAF jacket. Trying to find its name, but I thought I'd share. Ooh, oh, gorgeous. Look at that. A winter bomber jacket. That is absolutely beautiful. Enormous aura. Nice color too. Yeah, I do. I like the kind of like winter forest green, you know? Thorax123, thank you for the $5. I've never been, but you should have Greenwich Village in New York City. Top tier brunch, plus a lot of cool history. Plus it's gay as fuck. Gay? Well, I don't want to be there then. What if they hit on me? So, thanks to tier 1 sub. Looking forward to Metal Gear Solid streams from New York. Fuck you. You piece of shit. Let me read super chats. I had to go such a long time ago. It's actually crazy that I stayed this long. I hope you guys understand that it is representative of me liking my job. I'm going to have to read these quickly, okay? I know I say that. I really have to. A Cat on YouTube and Galactic Moth, thank you for the $2 both. Andrew Mogeson, thank you for the €5. Agent Aika, thank you for the $5. And Mogeson, thank you again for the €5. That's very kind of you. 110 Try from Sharpness7239, thank you very much. Deanna Durant and Knowledge Rock, thank you for the $2 both. Emesh, Agent Ellie, and Adam Alexander, thank you for the $5 all. Every time I see MTG on screen, I feel like I'm having an aneurysm. I share your feelings on this. Carol Lamson, thank you for the $15. Mogeson, thank you again. You're being very kind for the €5. Adam Alexander, thank you again for the $5. Davey Boy and Galactic Moth, thank you for the $2. Ghost of Avalon, thank you for the $10. Galactic Moth, thank you again for the 5. Juggalo Wild Wings, thank you for the $2. And Mogeson for the €2. English motherfucker, do you speak it? Not too well. I stammer and misspeak pretty often. Jason and Terminal Sanity, thank you for the $10 both. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for speaking reason into an echo chamber of stupidity. Me, when I'm defending wearing crop jackets to a mid-hip level jacket enjoying audience, but I'll keep on keeping on. Andrew Mogeson, thank you for the two €2 donations. Even Lesotho. Polar Bear 78, thanks the 1 Canadian. Juggalo Wild Wings, thank you for the 5. Popo Hum, thank you for the $10. How much do we have to collectively donate to Dems in order to get them to heckle every Trump speech? I think right now, donating to the Dems actively encourages them to continue being the way they are right now. Saucy Potatoes, thank you for the 8 Australian dollars across 4 donations. Zeitweise, thank you for the 249 euros. Lee, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Wish I were dumb because I'd be waking up happy every morning from all this winning. No kidding. Must be so nice being stupid. Mogeson, thank you for the 5 euros. Blake H, thank you for the $5. London Chorus and Prairie Fire, thank you for the $2 both. Doomslayer 9316, thank you for the $20. It's very, very kind of you. Velvet, Panacea Pan, and 8 Shelf, thank you for the $2 all. Just joined. Nice jacket. First donation from the stream. Much appreciated. Just got it the other day. It's Vintage Pendleton. Thank you. Syntax and Ryan, thank you for the $5 both. Did VGG floss their teeth today? Well, did you? I can afford to not take care of my dental hygiene. Can you? Floss your damn teeth. Old Schoolist, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. Velvet, thank you for the $20. They aren't cucks, they're lazy bottoms. We need power bottoms. There are a lot of things. But I've known lazy bottoms better than Chuck Schumer. Shadow Angel 09 and still alive, thank you for the $5 both. Yes, Trump is trying to intentionally crash the economy, in my opinion. Joe Clem 15, thank you for the $10. This isn't normal equals this is not the status quo I long for and want to return to. Yes, resisting fascism and progressivism. The people who hold the this isn't normal sign next to Trump would also hold it in like a populist leftist takeover of the government. A democratically elected one. Sharkaholic Moss, thank you for the 10 CHF. Really appreciate that. Would it be possible to empower a third party enough in the next 4 years to become relevant in the next presidential? I don't think so, no. Unfortunately, I just don't think we have... There's a lot of problems with it, in my opinion. Like as a concept, you know? Like, I don't think it'd be workable. Zach of all trades, thank you for the $5. Fun fact, the Arabic word for Senate is the Old People's Chamber. Really? I didn't know that. It's kind of cute. Tajirai, thank you for the 2 $10 donos. I really appreciate that. It might be an autism thing, but I feel totally fine getting mad when other people are getting hurt by policies, even if it doesn't affect me. We should have more Karens, but for civil rights. Yeah, it is kind of crazy that the presupposed position of Republicans is one of a low trust society by default, which is like, fuck you, got mine is actually morally good. You know what I mean? It didn't used to be that way. Like, neocons would still go like, and it's great that America is able to help starving children in Africa. That was like a bipartisan thing, you know? Republicans under the Bush administration weren't like, actually, it's good that they're dying of AIDS. It's vice signaling. Trains are just better. Thank you for the 5 Brazilian real. Lee donated $10 3 times and $20 1 time. And it is, let's see, Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump, AO3 fanfic. I'm not reading this. I think some people caught it from chat when it popped up on the screen as it came out, and I respect that, but I'm not reading it. You're not getting it in my voice, is what I'm saying. But it's enshrined in the VOD. Yeah, what a way to donate $50. Well, I won't complain. Goofball. Panacea Pan, Lion Dog Ari, Galactic Moth, and Taijirai, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Got a Heritage Foundation ad on YouTube the other day, Elephant and Everything. Yeah. At least it got some money for the creator you were watching. Firework, thank you for the $10 and $5. It could be the Republican Party trying to angle protection of women by giving evidence for it before doing something that is more arguably anti-woman, like national abortion ban or something. Oh, this is with regard to the The deepfake thing. The revenge porn law. No, I just think Republicans are principally against porn because they see it as like a sign of degeneracy, and this does give them like a protect women angle. Oh, so you're right, I guess, basically. The Dungeoneer, thank you for the $5. Likewise, Annalise Azura, much appreciated. Prairie Fire, still alive, and Robin Dueck Jen, thank you for the $2 all. I have that jacket you're wearing, but in red, eBay. I saw that. Internitube with the $5. Please yell Cheetahzard again. I can't summon the energy for it. You're just going to have to hit replay on the VOD. Evil Paradigm and Mortal Mike, thank you for the $5 both. Happy to hear I help you get through work, Mortal Mike. I really appreciate that. And yeah, surplus stores are treasure troves of really, really, really good stuff. You're getting like at like bargain prices, you're getting quality associated with like old style military procurement. It's just pretty damn good. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. I do want to go to the top of the Empire State Building. You know, I know it's cliche, but so what, right? You know what else is cliche? Hugging and kissing your partner and telling them that you love them. You can't be that self-conscious, you know? You kiss your partner and then you look at them in the eyes and you're like, oh, sorry. It's a bit Marvel, right? Like loving and kissing each other. Like, okay, I get it. Like, you know I love you and I know you love me. Let's not, just a bit embarrassing, right? You people are too caught up in self-observation to live your life. That's what I'm saying. Folks, I've got to go. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful week. I will try to supply content via phone. I'll do my best. Mostly going to focus on having a good time with my beautiful partner because it's our 1-year anniversary. I love you all very much. Pray for me that my plane doesn't fucking crash on the way there or back. Take care. I'll stay appraised in the news. And in the meantime, like and subscribe. And ring the bell.